Hello, my name is He Who Is in the Water, and we're going to be doing some more sealed practice in the vein of what we've been doing, but now the last video we did with playing some Twilight of the Republic. Today, we're going more recent. You've got a box of Secrets of Power that I'm going to open and try to build at least 4 sealed pools with, and the last one was definitely a bit more fun. I'm intending for this to be a more practical practice session for myself, because I have a Planetary Qualifier upcoming for sealed in this, and I think it's important to get practice in the format, and I found that practice very useful in last set with Legends of the Force, so hopefully going to do a little bit more of that now with this video. So yeah, general structure is going to be build the 4 pools and then play each deck against each other, probably just one game, because that would be 6 games. So still, that's a healthy clip, but maybe we'll do that, or maybe we'll play matches. We'll see kind of how it goes and what how the decks are playing against each other. But let's not spend too much time chatting. Let's get into building some sealed pools here. So I did 2 pre-releases for this format and then haven't had any opportunity to play since then. I went 4-0 and 2-2 in those. I had a Sabe red deck that was really good, and then a Mon Mothma deck that was pretty underwhelming. And I think Mon Mothma is just kind of a trap in this format. Not that she's that bad, but it's just not... what's the word I'm looking for here? It's just not particularly powerful. The officials that you're splashing are infrequently extremely exciting. So it's more often than not better spent your time on other things. But we've got one of the better layers here with a Leia and a blue base. Leia, I think, is really good. These kind of effects are just always useful to have. Rey and Snoke have, I think, really strong pedigree for this kind of experience sharing leader, as does Tarkin from set 1. And this is relatively easy to turn on in your limited deck. So that's pretty good. We've got the Security, Populist Champion, which is an excellent card to go with Leia, just a great stat stick. Thunderous Applause, Pump Spell, it's kind of medium. Inner Rim Coalition, it's actually a moderately aggressive card for an official, but not super exciting in any particular synergies. Inspector Shuttle, not a great common here, really hard. I mean, you do know you've got it narrowed down to like 250 choices with Inspector Shuttle, but it's still not a very easy card to get an experience token out of. Enforcer Squadron is like a pretty aggressive space unit that's difficult to interact with. I like that a lot. Where am I putting y'all? Bogged Down in Procedure. Haven't played a lot with that card yet. I don't know, but it reads okay. Sith Assassin is a fine 2-drop. Imperial Occupier is another fine 2-drop. Lobot is an interesting unit that I'm not super sure how to use. Kazuda Exono, I don't know. That card's pretty good. Very aggressive 4-drop, but does kind of want you to stop resourcing, so a little bit awkward with Leia here. We've got a Hyperspace Galleon, which can come down as a space unit, then disclose a lot, and make a bunch of spies, which is very powerful. That card will just kind of end the game if you get there. By putting... I mean, you do have to disclose for it, but you put 12 power into play for 7 resources. That's pretty good. Special Modifications is our rare and unlikely to get enough transports to have that be good. And Disciple's Devotion is our foil as an uncommon. That card's okay. That one is fine. Pack 2, we've got another very solid leader in Colonel Yularen, who doesn't really do particular synergies, but is just a completely functional card, or a leader to have across the board. Knowledge and Defense is a nice blue interactive spell. Senator's Aid, I think, is pretty underwhelming. Nimble Prowess might be the best common in the set, so that's great to see here. Budget Scheming is hard to set up. Junior Senator is a pretty fine 2-drop because you're not upset to draw him late. Hut Cartel Starfighter, Coruscant Undercity Police. Emissaries from Ryloth is an interesting ability. Ando Commission is underwhelming, but fine. Renowned Dignitaries is pretty nice for doing a bunch of healing if you have a lot of officials, and even if you don't have a ton of officials, it's still... Like, I think if you have 1 official and you heal 4, that's pretty great. Elia Kane is a nice stat stick for a villainy deck. Senator Chuchi's okay. Bo-Katan Kryz is our rare, and that card has been, very impressive in the Yoda Data Vault decks as a response to Queen Amidala, but I'm not sure how it goes unlimited. Getting to 9 is not trivial, but hoo boy, that's pretty good if you get there. And our foil is Corellian Hounds. So we do have some nice villain red stuff going on over here that makes us lean Yularen, but we've also got some good stuff all across heroism here to try to have a lot of options with Leia here. We've got another Leia leader. Reprinted Death Trooper. Oh, I put Lobot down here. He does not go there. Imperial Dark Trooper. Card I absolutely adore. Senate Warden. Fine 2-drop if unexciting. Hyperspace Darrow Commander's cool. Inner Rim Coalition again. Bravo Squadron Fighter, which... This card has me messed up because I've seen multiple people play this and constructed in this set, and the Saboteur is not incredibly relevant, but we've had Hotshot V-Wing the whole time, and I'm just so confused by him. Heroic Arc 170, that's a nasty 4-drop for heroism decks, really good interaction. Republic Warwalker is a nice big beefy card, like that one. Duchess's Investigator can be a good value unit, so I'm not hating a blue, yellow Leia Organa deck. Deidre Morrow is a nice ambush unit, create some value, so both Yularen and Leia looking pretty good here. Bail Organa is another sick 2-drop. Second copy of the Galleon is... We've really got... nice pool going there. I feel like we're 3 packs in, and I feel like we're heading towards building Yularen red-green and Leia blue-yellow here, but it's a little early to say. Rare is Orinda Price, which I'm confused why is not Governor. I know she's not Governor Price at this time, I'm guessing, but she's got another card in the set, and that's called Governor Price. I'm very confused by that. On the Road to Powers, this card's subtitle 4/4 Imperial for 4, and you can defeat a bunch of friendly units to deal more damage. Pretty unexciting rare. Pretty garbage, to be honest. And our foil is Diplomatic Envoy, which I think is very playable. I don't know that one. That one reads a bit more interestingly, and I don't know. C-3PO is a next leader. Garbage card, not one we're really worried about. Beloved Orator is is a nice official. Another Nimbo Prowess, excellent. Raxian Assembly. Jade Squadron Patrol is a very beefy space unit, although slow. Crate Veteran fills out a curve nicely. The Orc and Outer Rim Constable. I'm gonna make that nickname stick, because I like that. An ISB Agent. Another Inspector Shuttle is pretty bad. Academy Disciplinarian is a medium card. Populist Advisor reads really well, but I don't know how well it plays, but we're going to find out. Probably with Leia, it's insane because it's a 1-drop, right? Never mind. Yeah, that's probably just incredible. And Mina Bonteri. Excellent uncommon. Aggressive Negotiations. Our rarest, Exiled from the Force, which I think is a really cool card and unlikely to be useful and limited. And we get a foil legendary with Confidence and Victory. And that card's garbage, but very cool. That pack was pretty weak for us, I'll say. We've got another Yularen, so a lot of duplicates here. Thunderous Applause, I really don't care for that card. Lost Jedi is a 2-drop, but not much at that. Daro Commander, Catch Unawares. Remote Escort Tank is nice. Another Imperial Officer is good. Emissaries from Ryloth. Hut Cartel Starfighter. Reckless Rebel is gonna make me a speech impediment come out, and I hate that. Zam Wessel is a nice one, but I don't think we're really building that deck. Hired Slicer over there. Hyperspace Faith in Your Friends. There's a chance we can do that with Leia here. I don't know. Not zero, I will say. Vice Admiral Rampart is our rare. And then our foil is Kray's Whispers, which is probably never going to be a factor for limited. Not a bad card, though, for other constraints. Rampart is pretty good. It's a nice on-attack trigger. Does need a little help getting there, but does some cool stuff. So our last pack here, we've got Deidre Miro as our leader. I mean, we do have some okay red aggression cards here in Villainy, but I don't think we're like if you do the pairing with green here, I feel like Yularen's probably just going to be more consistent. So I'm not like that jazzed about it. Knowledge and Defense. Another good one to start with. Diplomatic Envoy, Dogmatic Shock Squad, and Cruel Commandos are some nice villainy cards to open up with. Accelerate Our Plans is pretty medium. Political Bullies, not terribly exciting. Republic Oryx Starfighter is not nothing. Trade Federation Delegates is a pretty good yellow card. Ando Commission for another one of those. Kino Loy, I don't think we're really doing that strategy. Kadel Connix has plot, and you can defeat all non-unique upgrades on a unit when played. That one I'm actually like kind of interested in, especially with Leia. Like, I think you're okay splashing this for 5 because on the 6 resource turn you can still like activate Leia and then plot this out. And that's a relatively efficient use of your resources. When Has Become Now is a pretty narrow card, not unlikely to be of use for us. Our rare is Ebon Hawk, which kind of goes in everything. And then our foil is Chandrillon Sponsor, which is just going to be fine here. So I think at a baseline. So let's try to go section by section, because this is different from the last video where I was kind of just like, oh, I want to build this. Let's do that. Here I want to try to come to more of a conclusive decision. So we can just discard our redundant leaders and C-3PO, because C-3PO is just not playable in any context, really. Deidre, I do not believe is what we want to do here. We do have aggressive negotiations. We've got playable red cards, I would say. There's 2 drops there, and then 2 Imperial officers. Occupiers, excuse me, not officers. Here, which are not exciting, but they do get the job done. Yeah, aggressive negotiations up there is kind of the only thing I'm seeing that like Deidre kind of goes hand in hand with. I feel like that's not quite enough for me, so I'm comfortable saying that she's not going to be it, because I don't think we have the capacity to be that aggressive. Because like the yellow does not seem deep enough to pair. The blue does not seem deep enough to pair with. So, or like the blue neutral. Some of these cards are not bad. Death Trooper Zam Wessel and Dogmatic Shock Squad. But the squad's like not really that good. Yeah. So I feel like based on our heroism cards here, like in the center row, I think Populist Advisor is really powerful to do with Leia. Bo-Katan and Populist Champion, great 3-drops. Chandrillin sponsors an okay 2-drop. Like I feel like this is just a lot of reasonable value. So if I am at a PQ right now, yeah, Senate Warden here too. I guess a Lobot's fine. Pumping him with Leia is like pretty useful. I guess the real question I'm coming down to right away is, are we playing green or are we playing yellow? And some of these green cards, like Diplomatic Envoy, Thunderous Applause, like these require green disclose, and I'm not looking to be that heavily green, so I'm like a little skeptical of those. So then we're left with like Kinoloy, these Daro commanders, and that's like actually kind of it. I guess Raxian Assembly gets in there. But we do get Beloved Orator, Mina Bonteri, the Renowned Dignitaries. Those are pretty exciting. So let me put the blue cards over here, because yeah, let's just be transparent. I don't feel like the villainy stuff is quite here. I think the Galleons are really good, and well, yeah, I don't know. Let's try to simplify a little bit here. Okay, all right. So blue stuff over here that we want to play. Here's kind of the yellow cards I'm thinking about. A lot of good 2-drops here in Bail Organa Junior Senator and Bravo Squadron Fighter. Those are all ones I'm pretty excited to have on turn 1. Faith in Your Friends is kind of up in the air here. Emissaries from Rylos, also nice tempo. Ebon Hawk is pretty cool. Hired Slicer is just a reasonable stat line. And Duchess's Investigator. So right off rip, I can say Faith in Your Friends probably not happening here. It does replace itself, and I don't have to disclose, but you certainly want to be disclosing. I think it's also worth noting that Leia is awkward here, where it says disclose one of the 4 colors or heroism. If you do, give an experience token to a unit that doesn't share an aspect with the disclosed card. And I've got a lot of blue heroism, and I've got a lot of yellow heroism. So the crossover on heroism is actually going to be somewhat problematic for these. I guess blue, I've got a handful more like neutral cards that I'm interested in playing. Ebon Hawk is also much better as a heroism card than a villainy card I'll throw out there. Duchess's Investigator's also a lot weaker if I don't have a ton of yellow cards. Is Emissaries from Ryloth that good? I feel like it's pretty good. I feel like that's a pretty good card. By the way, no common upgrades. I say again, I didn't have them in either of my... No, wait, I had some in the Sabe pool, but like really dodged them a lot here. So I think we're gonna go yellow here. I think like Mina and these 3 cards are pretty good, but they're roughly comparable in power level to these 2 drops, and I think like Ebon Hawk is like actually something meaningful to access. So I think I'm gonna try yellow here. And I know I wanted K-Delconics as plot. Yeah, I think we're doing this. You go over here. So let's try and get all of this laid out. All right. So Yularen goes there for now. All right. Kato Connex is a 5-drop, 2s and 2s. Yeah, that's coming up reasonably well on camera. Try to keep that in mind. Ando Commission is fine. Inspector Shuttle is not something I want to play. Escort Tank is nice. Create Veterans. Good filler. Exiled from the forest, not in the deck. Yeah, Duchess's Investigator, probably not going to have the disclose for that. Faith in Your Friends, not going to have the disclose for that. Oh, it's not awful. Bog Down and Procedure, not going to have the disclose for that realistically, as I'm base blue. I've got 1 transport for special modifications, but only and 4 vehicles, so that's, or 5 vehicles, but that's probably not enough. Krea's Whisper is a no, and I think Catch Unawares and Accelerate Our Plans are also no's. Although Accelerate Our Plans could be good, I just feel like with Leia we're going to be doing enough of that, and so let's do another look through here. Anything else that we want to splash? Trade Federation Delegates is not worth it at 7. Oh, right. Outer Rim Constable, you put in every deck. Idoi. And that's also like decent value for us here. So, I don't think we want to put any villainy cards just in for Ebon Hawk. Okay, let's get a count here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I am at 28 right there. So we've got room to play with. It is just so unlikely that I have the yellow cards for Faith in Your Friends. But it's also just so free. Let's do an Accelerate Our Plans, because we've got some awkward duders hanging around that I think we could utilize that with if we need to. And that's 29. Is Death Trooper okay at 5? I think it might be. Just putting some extra damage on. Yeah, I think that's more likely to work out than Catch Unawares or Faith in Your Friends. And the Duchess's Investigator is really not it unless you have the yellow pips, and I don't believe we will. Not particularly excited about Ando Commission here, but I also don't think we really saw the 4 drops to like make that not a problem. And we're also more comfortable just going like 2 drop plus Nimble Prowess plus Activate Leia, I think is just something we're okay with. So, yeah, we've got like these knowledge and defenses to help mix things up. So let me do another count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. Alright, so we've got Leia Yellow as our first deck here. I am feeling medium about that one. It's not bad, I just... that pool was very split, and I think there's a good Yularen red deck in there, but I think I want to keep this one a little bit more, not professional is not the word I'm looking for, but like a bit more organized. Like I'm trying to build the best deck out of this pool, and I think Leia is a better leader than Yularen, although there were some like fine Yularen cards in there, but I didn't feel like the early plays were that exciting for that deck other than like the Imperial Dark Trooper, which was nice. So, all right, let's get into pack 2 or pool 2. Pool 2. We've got Bail Organa, who is very fun, but like probably not what you're supposed to play in limited. Raxian Assembly, Congress of Malistar, some big dumb idiotes. Chandrillon Sponsor, Viper Probe Droid, Hunting Assassin Droid, finally a plot upgrade. Clandestine Connections is fine. We've got a Warrior of Clan Ordo, so like decent villainy start here. Charge with Espionage, probably not what we're doing for limited. Charge with Corruption could be something we do for limited. Umbaran Mobile Cannon is incredibly mean. That card's really brutal to play against. The Eye of Aldahani is a trick that one turn... Is that Winter Orb? No. It's a one turn kind of Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale, but it's better. It's only a tap. And then Talia Durith is our foil, and it's a hyper foil. Each other friendly unit gains hidden, and it's got plot. So, I mean, hey, not bad to do with Bale, right? Having more plot stuff there is not bad. But probably not gonna be a huge factor here. But we do have the Sneaking Suspicion, so 2 yellow plot cards is nice. Deidre is our next leader. Kind of goes with this package here. Or not package, but like we've got a moderately aggressive start there, so I'm not opposed to her. Diplomatic Envoy, Donnie Pilgrim, Garo Commander, Unruly Astromech, Inspiring Senator. Let's call it war, so I'm really liking Deidre here. A-Wing, Political Bully, Reckless Rebel, Hondo Onaka, Populist Advisor goes in this pile, and that one's okay. Captain Rex, Hyperspace, that's kind of sexy. Ooh, and a Darth Nihilus. Ooh, so Hyperspace, rare and legendary. Ando commissions our foil. That's... Captain Rex is a lot. But, like, the Deidre aggro kind of thing here. You got A-Wing and Sneaking Suspicion too. Unruly Astromech goes feasibly in there. Like, there's something there, and you can have Nihilus as a curve topper. I'm not opposed to some of this. It's basically Rex versus the world so far. I mean, we're 2 packs in, so like let me not get ahead of ourselves, but like that's interesting. Shame that's like 2 bombs that can't be played together, essentially. C-3PO, so another mulligan. Relief Request. I don't know about that one. Could be okay. could be okay. Healing your leaders is a very powerful thing to do. It's like putting equipment on or upgrades on them. Retaliation's a nice removal spell. Hyperspace Dogmatic Shock Squad. Trade Federation Delegates. FN Trooper Corps. Public Auric Starfighter. Accelerator Plans. Covert Operatives. Not bad. Jar Jar Banks is pretty good. Undercover Operations, an interesting uncommon. Oppression Breeds Rebellion is, I don't know, card draw is just not really what this game is about. A rare is Mon Mothma. Pretty underwhelming. It's like, okay, I like I don't know, maybe if we do like a blue-green Harrow deck, that could be useful. And we get our foil is a Hyperfoil Unveiled Might. That's pretty good, actually. So we've got this like red Deidre deck that's coming together, but there could, like, God forbid, we could also do Bale with blue here to get Rex. That could actually be somewhat feasible. But I'm leaning towards Deidre. I'd prefer to be proactive when I don't know the format perfectly. Oh, God. DJ's our next leader, and that's just not... he can't be playable unlimited, right? Like, this whole bottom section just goes away. It just goes away. And you still only have the top cards to work with. Like, that's just not... You can't do that. Oh, this is bad. Okay, Congress of Malistar again. Gonk Power Droid, that's not nothing. Harder to kill on turn 1 in this format. Relief Request, another Chandrillon sponsor, another Warrior of Clan Ordo. I'm getting a little excited. Junior Senator, Rebel Pathfinder, Hunting Assassin Droid, Sneaking Suspicion, Tailander Shuttle is interesting, not awful. Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser, Screeching TIE Fighter, another legendary, Lando Calrissian, and Academy Disciplinarian is our foil. Lando is weird. I don't know if we're out here grinding with this like blue green deck. It's not unplayable, but man, is that awkward. And this, like, we're kind of getting a really nice low curve Deidre deck to go here. Screeching TIE Fighter's a nice pickup for that one as well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of looking to cheese with that. This blue green thing here. We've got like a reasonable amount of plot action, and some great top end in Lando, Mon Mothma, and Captain Rex if you get there. I don't know. I'm concerned. Okay, Yularen is an interesting one here. Looks nice in hyperspace too. We have no green villainy cards, so that's awesome so far. That's really great. Budget Scheming, Populist Champion, the Security, Senate Warden, another FN Trooper Corps, Inner Rim Coalition, Duchess's Investigator, Covert Operative, Public War Walker, C3PO, Wilro Hood, AAT Incinerator. It's not bad, actually. It's an interesting 5-drop. Newt Gunray and a foil Nimble Prowess, which is much appreciated for these blue cards. Newt Gunray is not a bad one here. Grit 3/4 and a text is like pretty interesting. We're starting to like maybe we look at blue for this color to, well, yeah, this Yularen's just so bad, right? Like we have no villainy cards to go with it. And we've got like Unveiled Might, Jar Jar Binks. This is like 3 cards, 4, 5-ish like playable cards so far. Like Yularen just can't. It's unlikely to be able to bring something to the table that way. Last pack here. Okay, we've got a Leia, and that changes the entire dynamic of this pool. Okay. Senator's Aide. Donnie Pilgrim, which is great with Leia too. Nubian Scarskiff. Hyperspace Covert Operative. Regulations Bureaucrat. I don't think that card's very good. Clandestine Connections. Another Let's Call It War. Bravo Squadron Fighter. Heroic Arc 170. No One Ever Knew. Charged with Treason is actually kind of interesting. B2 emos are rare or foil. Renewed Friendship is okay, and the Elite Squad is our rare. So, gosh, I don't know. Okay, all right, whatever. C-3PO, DJ, Bail Organa, not part of the picture. It's these 3. So we're back to Yularen versus Leia. And, ooh, I shook the table pretty good on that one. Hit my knee on the bottom part, but okay. This is a mess. Oh, if I got this pool, I'd be so scared. Because I don't know what to do. My heart's telling me to go Deidre aggro. But like, I talked about this blue-green thing the whole time, and we've got some cool cards to go with it, and then we just get the Leia. So like, again, there's 2 decks here, right? There's no, I don't know. These green cards are still. It's not enough for Yularen, I think. Again, we have literally 0 villainy cards in green. And I don't think we have the depth of another color to do that. And if we do, we've got like Deidre, who can utilize like some of the blue stuff here, like the Nimble Prowess, the Lando, Retaliation. Not a ton going on there. I'm not gonna lie to you. In yellow, if we get Undercover Operation, Sneaking Suspicion, A-Wing. Yeah, we've got like 5 cards here. Another Sneaking Suspicion. Yeah, 5 cards. Plus the TIE Fighter and the Delegates. I don't think No One Ever Knew is good enough. On the other hand, like all of these red pile is good. That's 10, 14 plus 7 is 21. These are all playable. It's 26. Do I have 4 playables out of here? I do. Okay, so the Deidre yellow deck does get there on playables. And the blue is just, it's much slower here. Like Newt Gunray's a nice aggro card for Deidre, but then the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser, we're not really going to have the disclose for that, most likely. Dogmatic Shock Squad is not going to be coming out with plot. The Mobile Cannon Retaliation. Yeah, we've got like these 5 here: the Senate Warden, Baramoyo, Retaliation, Nimble Prowess, and Lando. Plus these down here is a significant amount of action for this blue villainy deck, but it feels off plan. Like, Retaliation's not going to work because if I'm being aggressive, which is what I think the red cards want me to be, it's never going to be useful. The mobile cannon's going to be good. Lando's kind of okay as a 6/8 grit. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. So I think, yeah, Yularen I don't believe is a factor now. Deidre is yellow. So let me pile those up together. So, and because I feel like that deck is fine. Like, you're okay playing Clandestine Connections, Inspiring Center, and Ando Commission are not amazing, but I think you kind of do it. So let's have a look at what a Leia deck here entails. Probably play Junior Senator. Well, yeah, Junior Senator probably goes in either deck here, whichever one ends up being built. But let's pull Leia out here and let's take a look. Let's say I don't think I want that, I don't think I want that or that. There's a lot of 1-drops here, which are pretty nice. So many covert operatives. Senator's Aid I do not like. Raxian Assembly might get in here. Budget scheming. I don't think we have enough for that. I don't know about Gong Power Droid. Reconnaissance is not good. Diplomatic Envoy and Charged with Corruption may be okay here. Oh, this was the unplayable pile over here. Sorry, I got them mixed up. Yeah, I don't think we want Congress of Malistar. We've got like actual pretty great top end up here. No need to be doing that, so we can just be like dumping onto the board down there, and yeah, Junior Center on top. I don't know about Talia Durith here. I think we've got enough else going on that I don't want her. And that's my final answer. Yeah, like, this deck is fine. I don't know. How do I choose between this and Deidre? They're just very different decks. I don't know. This is a really absurd late game. I don't think you would want multiple covert operatives. We do want the Junior Senator here. I feel like I just have to be doing this instead of Deidre. I don't think the Ando Commission or the Inspiring Senator make the cut here, although we do have enough officials for that one. Alright, I might be backpedaling here. I might be saying we build two decks and we just play them. I know I said I was thought about it in the previous pool and didn't want to do it, but looking at both of these, it's like I have to know. All right, so let's get a head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we're at 33. I hate Gonk Droid. So I will 32. That's 32. What other ones are less exciting? Wilro Hood. We've got 2 upgrades, but it's just a 2/5, which is understated and less good than these other 3 drops. And then Rebel Pathfinder, I believe, is our other cut. Down here. And yeah. I don't know. It's a bit of a mess. So that's one. So let me pull out let's push things around here. But yeah, I'm probably just gonna end up playing Deidre here, and we'll do another 5-deck set. And yeah, this is probably gonna be even longer than the last video, but whatever. I gotta learn somehow, and I'm not smart, so I have to learn through practice. Alright, so this is a bit more lacking in the 2-drop department. So maybe that makes me feel better about... I thought the 2 drops were better than this. I'll say that much. We do have a couple 1-drops here to try to piece together. Like, I'm sure there's going to be games where you go, like, turn 1, TIE Fighter plus A-Wing, and you're just feeling incredible. And I guess these also just pair with Deidre to, like, do something on turn 1. So I guess it's not that bad. Let me do a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Alright, so we've got 3 cuts here. Accelerate our plans is not great. Clandestine connections is not great either. But it is fine sometimes. I'm actually okay, I think, with cutting the Ando commission. And let me bring back in the connections. I think I do like that card a lot. So I need one more cut here, and let's just get rid of this Duchess's Investigator. It's not really affecting the board, and I believe this is a board affecting deck. I do not like Regulations Bureaucrat, but whatever. And I think this, like, completely irresponsible number of 3-drops is fine, because we have... It's going to be both of our 3 and 4 resource turns, because we'll have turn 3, play a 3 resource, 4 resource turn, play another 3-drop, activate Deidre, attack. I don't know. I think it's okay. So we'll give that one a shot, but I am afraid. Messy, messy, messy. Just don't feel good about that. I don't know. I think if you put it to me, I still don't know. Because I've got two different impulses that are playing out there. I have my impulse, which is I want to go low, I want to go fast, and I want to prey on people being slow, and that's what Deidre does effectively there. And then also, I opened a bunch of cool rares. I want to play them. So, like, Lando Mothma, Rex, and I guess Umbar Mobile Cannon's not a rare, but it ought to be. Like, those are just, like, that's a great top end for that Leia deck to have. So, I don't know which of those impulses is stronger for me. But let's hope Pool 3 doesn't melt my brain as much. Start off with a Slimore, which I do like. Alderaanian Envoys, which I do not like. Blue goes there. Green goes here. Ferrix Uprising is pretty powerful. Don't know necessarily how good, but it is powerful. Coruscant Undercity Police, Unruly Astromech, Viper Probe Droid's fine. Rebellious Functionary, and A-Wing. Great 1-drops to pair together. Inspiring Senator, Disciples Devotion. Soulless one is kinda whatever. It can be powerful. Pretty good with Slimore, being able to like make some tokens afterwards. Valiant Commando, Lightmaker, Ferrix Uprising is a foil, but Lightmaker, another legendary here. That one is really powerful. That's 7 attack. In space is just going to be very difficult to deal with. And Rebellious Functionary and A-Wing already makes me look at a red-yellow aggro deck that can go double 1-drop. We've got Mon Mothma and Republic City. Mon Mothma is just, I don't think, impactful enough. It's not horrible. ISB Shuttle is very underrated, I think. Rotunda Senate Guards is appropriately rated and very good. Unveiled Might is nice. Scour the Archives is basically never seeing this play. Outer Rim Constables is awesome. Lone Shark is also awesome. High Command Counselor is a good one here. Strike Force X-Wing is a nice pickup. Emissary Sheathipede. Hunter. It's kind of meh, but it is a 7-power dude. It is just kind of hard to deal with. Uncommon, we've got Diplomatic Immunity. That's an okay card. That seems fine. I don't know if we're equipped to use it so far. Ooh, a Hyperspace Moral Authority. I like that card. A Libertine, which is kind of a terrible rare. And then a Darth Scion as a foil legendary. So this box has actually kind of been insane so far with like multiple hyperspace rares, multiple foil legendaries. There's a hyper foil rare. Like it's been a good box. Yeah. Jabba the Hutt, very good leader. Very, very good. Dressalian Commandos is nice here. Jade Squadron Patrol. Consular's Cruiser's good. Zenuous Shadow Fighter is not really good. Contempt for Culture is medium. Ambition's Reward is solid, I think. Skyhopper Canyon Runner. ASP Laborer, Pursue the Lead. Masameda, the villainy one. Potentially good. Muckraker Crab Droid is interesting, kind of awkward. Another B2 Emo. Trade Route Taxation is unlikely to come into play for our strategy. And Sakatro Vizago is a very playable 3-drop. This one I'm feeling all over the place. We've got like this nice red-yellow hero core, but I think an issue right now is that we would need to open only Luthen because C-3PO is not playable, which makes yellow heroism very scary in this format. But I'm simply so smart, and I get a Cassian Andor hyperspace as a leader, and that's really gonna solidify me into that archetype, I think. Yeah. Cruel Commandos, Death Trooper, all good stuff. Consular's Cruiser is also good. Defense Fleet X-Wing is embarrassing. Another rebellious functionary, so we're getting multiple 1-drops. Regulations Bureaucrat, Rebel Pathfinder, Enforcer Squadron, Bogged Down in Procedure. More personal carrier, I think, is just a little too late, but it is a massive unit. Coronet. Vel Sartha is just a very beefy unit. A Zeton Moj, also an acceptable unit, plays kind of interestingly with Cassian. And Corporate Warmongering is our uncommon. So really, like, I do think this is kind of a real archetype in this format where, like, A-Wing and Reckless Rebel, Rebellious Functionary, you have the potential to just go red-yellow, multiple 1-drops. So I think we're going to try for that here. We do get Luthen, interesting. So Cassian's probably better if I'm aggressive, I think. I think so. Unveiled Might over here. Armor of Fortune, not bad. Naboo Security Force. Political Bully in the hyperspace, nice and purpley. Contempt for Culture. Contraband Starhopper. Beguile, that's really good. Sith Assassin. Corellian Hounds. Crosshair, great stuff. Gorindin. Nalisay. It's actually pretty well statted. That's a pretty good one. Hyperfoil, Chancellor's Shuttle, not really relevant for anybody. And Arrest. Your base captures an enemy non-leader unit. I don't know. Maybe we splash that. Could be good. Colonel Yularen might be once again sidelined here. Chandrillin Sponsor, Beloved Orator, Bardotan Ornithopter, Shadow Crawler, Lurking Snubfighter, High Command Chair, Strike Force X-Wing, Lone Shark, ASP Labor, Mina Bonteri. Aggressive Negotiations is a very powerful card. Hyperspace Embarn Mobile Cannon. Another legendary. Wow, we're doing really good. And a foil rare. Vigil. Shame this card's awful and I hate it. Yeah. It's just not much. And Chancellor Palpatine is really good. Again, I say, what am I doing? And that's kind of like the scary thing, I guess, about this format to me, is there's a lot of, like, playable cards, I think. There's a reasonable amount of power present in the commons here, so it's kind of hard to figure out where I want to go. Like, these red cards, like, I think red and yellow here are just, like, very clear standouts. Playing a nice tempo deck with Cassian, but, like, these green cards are nothing to sneeze at. They're not bad. They're not, like, amazing. But they're not bad by any stretch. Same with these blue cards. Like, I don't know. Like, Vigil is not what I want to be doing with my life, really. But, like, Coronet's pretty good. Coronet's really good. Jade Squadron Patrol is really good, or fine. Diplomatic Immunity seems pretty powerful. And, like, Umbaran Mobile Cannon, again, just kind of broken. Nalisay is pretty useful too. Yeah, I don't know. But it does kind of come down to, it's like Lightmaker and Vel Sartha, and, like, these are just some brutally big units that come out ahead of schedule, and I feel like Cassian is just the thing to do with that. we've got this aggressive negotiation. I haven't really talked about Jabba in this. So like Darth Scions, Death Trooper, these are pretty good. Treyas Acolyte's fine. But I'm also stuck here because like these things are fine. They're not like amazingly exciting to me, and perhaps that's an issue with the villainy stuff going on here as I build another heroism deck. Yeah. I really liked this red yellow hero archetype before of aggression, and I kind of want to practice it again and do a little bit more work on it. So I think that's what we're going to do. Yeah, so green cards here. Yep, not really relevant. All these villainy cards are coming up in a pile. Arrest might make the... Arrest and Garindin might. No, I don't... Garindin's a tough one to play in this format. But Lurking Snub Fighter might be fine at 5. I kind of like that card. Blue splashes here. I don't think any of these are that good off curve. I'm going to think about Umbar and Mobile Cannon. And I'm probably not going to do it, but I'm going to think about it. These laborers, yeah, let's do that. I think I just like this. I know I'm kind of like getting... I don't like that about my play here. I feel like I am getting railroaded by some of the early packs and maybe not giving enough attention to the later stuff. But I feel like I'm identifying powerful things too, so I don't know. All right, Umbaran's all the way over here. This is a 5. This is a 4. High Command Counselor is okay, but not exciting. Libertine's not a factor in this deck. Aggressive Negotiations, Crosshair, Corellian Hounds is also a nice one. This got a little messy here. Okay. We're an aggro deck. I don't think emo is a part of what we're doing here. These ASP laborers, regulations, bureaucrat, do not care for those cards. The high command counselors, we probably have enough officials here. I don't like Pursue the Lead. I guess we actually don't have very many officials. We've got Inspiring Senator, which is not much. Lone Shark, I believe, is an official. Yeah. These Rebellious Functionaries, the Outer Rim Constable, there's like... We got a little bit going on. But as a 1/4, I also don't hate them. And we're trying to go more on this 1-drop plan. And then see what else we've got going on. I don't know, maybe there's a decent job at I don't know. Do we play Unveiled Might for 6? It does work with a Cassian flip. But on the other hand, we've got these 2 Strike Force X-Wings with plot. I don't... it's tough because, like, you keep Cassian alive by not having the initiative, or by having the initiative, not so much like buffing him because he starts so low. So I don't think that's actually a great plan here, is to splash some of those upgrades. So let's see what our count is at here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right, so I've got 4 cuts to make here. I think I can get rid of Bog Down and Procedure. That's less impactful than our Arrest, Beguile, Moral Authority kind of stuff. And maybe I lose the High Command Counselors since we don't have a ton of officials. That seems reasonable to me. And so now we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, so 1 more cut. I like our top end here, kind of. Is it just the Undercity Police? Or no, we can get rid of Inspiring Senator. We've got a lot of 3 drops to be doing here. That card's just pretty underwhelming stat wise. Does not affect anything too much. Again, we don't have the officials. So cool. This is our Cassian yellow deck that we're gonna try out. A little bit disappointed in myself here. I'm like not playing a ton of villainy, but I don't know. I'm kind of feeling the vibe that the villainy cards are not exactly great in this set. But I don't know. I actually disagree with that. I don't really. That's far too far-reaching a statement for me to make at this time. I do not feel that way at all. It's just these pools have not been quite for it, and had some stuff that I want to explore and work on. So, all right, last pool here, but I've already opened a lot of cool cards, so I have no expectations for anything here. I'll tell you that much. Governor Price and red base, and yeah, this is where like it's Governor Price here. In the other pool, it's like whatever her first name is, Verinia or something. It's confusing to me. She's not very good, I don't think. Rotunda Senate Guards is good. Alderaan Envoys is not good. Sudden Ferocity is really nice. Grassroots Resistance is a great common. Faith in Your Friends. Slime War is a cool plot. Restore Freedom is basically never going to be useful. And Duchess's Investigators as our uncommon. So we've got like Faith in Your Friends and Duchess's Investigators are like leaning us to be a base yellow deck for sure, but we've also got the Sudden Ferocity. Slime War is not bad for a more defensive deck, but it's a bit hard to set that up. We've got other Slimore to really trip my brain up. Imperio Dark Trooper, Atreus Acolyte. So now we're seeing like some of the attractive 2-drops show up for villainy. Ferrix Uprising is nice. Scour the Archives is not. Reckless Rebel. Accelerate Our Plans. Political Bully. Public Oryx Starfighter. Trade Federation Delegates. Crucible. Crucible is a nice one. Tempest Assault. Soulless one. Grand Moff Tarkin and Donnie Pilgrim as the foil. So Tarkin lets you steal opposing vehicles. That's like pretty narrow, but I think there are going to be some amount of vehicles around. So I don't know. Just off the cuff here, I would be looking at Sly Green, I think, because Crucible is a really great payoff for going wide with a bunch of stuff, as is Ferrix Uprising. And Soulless One and Trade Federation Delegates are fine too, and like reasonably play well with Slymore. Got a Hyperspace Slymore. Darrow Commando, more Jade Squadron Patrols, Gonk Power Droids, leave me alone. Araxian Assembly, Ando Commission, Warrior of Clan Ordo's nice. Junior Senator's also nice. Rebel Pathfinder, Hunting Assassin Droid, Creditor's Claim, Masameda, Witness to Power, Muckraker Crab Droid, Fulminatrix to Galleon. So a whole bunch of red there. Fulminatrix is pretty good. It's pretty good if you can drag the game out to get there. That's like really that's something. And Galleon's also a pretty good payoff for that. So maybe we have to look at like yellow red and just like let the Masameda and Crucible go. I don't know. I'm not sure about all that. Luthen Real. We got a Retaliation, a Shadow Crawler, Defense Fleet X-Wing, Reconnaissance, Xenu Shadow Fighter, Remote Escort Tank, Academy Disciplinarian, Beguile's great, Grassroots Resistance, another Creditor's Claim, Convene the Senate, probably not where we want to be, The Wrong Ride, Alexander Callus as a rare, and Emissary Sheathipede. Not a whole lot to talk about there. Our blue is stacking up a little bit, but those Creditor's Claims are nice. I don't know how all of that fits together here, because I feel like the neutral ones up here are... Yeah, we've got a Retaliation and a Rotunda Senate Guards, and that's kind of not enough to make a deck, I don't think. Interesting. I'm leaning towards villainy on this one, not just because I forced myself. We got my boy, Lama Su, not playable. Dogmatic Shock Squad, Cruel Commandos, Bardat and Ornithopter, Corellian Hounds, Krea's Whispers, Supreme Council Aid, Sudden Ferocity, Catch Unawares, Assassin Probe, Corporate Warmongering, Syntakaz, great card. Not sure if it's great for our deck. Charged with Murder, way overpriced. I hate that card. That's a disappointing card because it could have been useful, and instead it's just not. Orn Frittaz are rare. I doubt we have the laws for it. And Contemporary Cultures are foil. What's this closer to? I am thinking at the time of making this comment, I'm thinking I want to do Slymore red because we've got some like good top end here. These Warriors of Clan Ordo, Reckless Rebels, like Academy Disciplinary, Sudden Ferocity is nice with that too. I don't know. Not a ton of 2-drops. Not as much as I would like. I'll say that much. We got another Slymore. So Okay. Oh boy. Naboo Security Force, Armor of Fortune, Gonk Power Droid, Lost Jedi, Contraband Starhopper, ISB Agent, Crate Veteran, Unauthorized Investigation. Might be the first one of that we've seen all day. It's not very good. I don't think I've said that sentence out loud. Lurking Snub Fighter is great. Rebel Propagandist, not over yet. Sakatro Vizago. Queen Amidala in the last pack. Just enough to ruin any train of thought that I had. My God. I don't even know anymore. I don't know. What are we doing here? What am I building here? My brain is getting melted. So Luthen, I feel like Amidala is the only acceptable way to build Luthen here. We're just like these heroism cards are pitiful. Like Rotunda Senate Guards and Retaliation are okay in blue, as is Armor of Fortune, but that's certainly not enough. The yellow is okay. The yellow neutral is okay, but I don't think enough. How bad is the green neutral? Naboo Security Force, Shadow Crawler, Raxian Assembly. I guess we got some Gonk Power Droids. I really do not like that card. Daro Commander, Crucible, Ferrix Uprising, Nubian Scar Stiff. Oh no, we might have to do it. Oh, but these red cards are so light. I've got like 1 2-drop. Actually, this pool might be in a lot of trouble. I don't think we have 2-drops anywhere. We've got 1 here. Don't really want to Junior Senator on turn 1. We've got like a Lost Jedi here. Oh yeah, this is a real problem. Rebel Pathfinders, and then Emo, but it's probably mostly just the Pathfinders there. In green, so literally just the Gonks. And in red here, we've got a Starfighter and a Warrior and a Reckless Rebel. Did I look through yellow? I do think this is an important part of sealed deck building too, unfortunately. Like, you just got to pull everything out and say, what are my turn 1 plays? And then this can occasionally direct you towards what is or is not playable. So like I think that's what's like pushing me away from playing or let's simplify some of this. The 2 redundant Slime Wars can go away. So we've got Luthen, Slime War, and Lamasu. Lamasu, we literally have no synergy with. We've got these Creditor's Claims that are like kind of cool, but not really. Armor of Fortune's like nothing to do with that, but Lamasu is not playable. I don't know. I don't think he's playable. I want him to be. I want to play Lamasu, but I don't think I can. I don't think we have the kind of tokens to really make use of Governor Price. So I think that one goes by the wayside too, and is also just 4/6 on 6 is not really enough impact here. So really, what we're left with here is I can play Luthen, green. Or Luthen yellow, I guess, is not horrendous. But it doesn't feel very good. I feel like Luthen is not that aggressive here. And Slimemore is at least a little bit more swarming the board. I think what I'd... Yeah, I don't like Luthen here. Like these heroism cards are just not very exciting. Like, I mean, well, 2 grassroots resistance, a crate veteran, 2 rebel pathfinders. Like, there's actually like some good stuff, very consistent stuff going on there. Which does actually contribute to a slower game plan, where grassroots resistance, where Callus can shine. Queen Amidala is just going to shine no matter what. Gosh. I am really stuck on this one. I don't think it's blue. Whatever's going on here, like these... I think I might play these Creditors' Claims, but the rest of these can go. I don't think these blue cards have a whole lot to offer, and yeah. Yep. That's fine. That's fine. These villainy cards here are not particularly exciting. Over in this section, the villain neutral ones. Like Lurking Snub Fighter, I don't know about how good this ISB agent is going to be. I don't think it's going to be very good. Oh boy. Part of me is wondering, because the yellow is kind of just okay. Maybe I do need to bring back price into this conversation. Because it lets me go red-green. Because I think the red is sort of the good part of what we've got going on. Yeah. Yeah, looking through there, like the Cinta. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. This is now a red green deck. Jury is still out on. If we're heroism. Or yeah. So the Slimemore actually, unfortunately, I think is gonna get cut here, and so now I'm thinking about, am I playing red green with Price or with Luthen? And when you say that sentence out loud, it's like, gosh, I really shouldn't be playing Luthen, should I? B2 emo is not a factor. Because like Price is just so much significantly worse, but I am really interested in, I don't think corporate mongering is, nor is Tempest Assault. Okay, this is kind of a messy way to visualize this, but I'm getting closer to an answer, I think. So these are the villainy cards versus the heroism cards. These are... I don't think it's not over yet. I don't think that one really... That's just 2 cost to make a spy. I don't think that's in our best interest. Similarly, unauthorized investigation is not a card I like. So we've got this swath of red cards up here. I know this is messy, but I'm like a very visual person, and so I feel like this is going to help me visualize it. We got our Gonk droids. Warrant for attack being the Senate and reconnaissance. Those are not going in here. Is there anything else? Yeah, like I'm looking at this pile and I don't see cards that I'm like really missing, which leads me to believe I'm barking up the right tree. I'm just pulling out some turn 1 plays here. So I don't know. I feel like the Gonk droids need to do something for me. And I feel like I've got better 4-drops or 3s and 1s. I don't really have better 4-drops down here. All I've got is Masameda, so I'm not even really ramping with it. I feel like I've got so much choice. We're talking about 9 cards here versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Versus like 15 potential cards to play out of the bottom row in the villainy stuff. I don't know which of that's better. Because, like, mind you, like, Fulminatrix is pretty good, but, like, Fulminatrix and Galleon probably roughly comparable to Alexander Callis, but, like, Queen Amidala is a lot. That's a really, really good card. And Luthen is also a 5-flip leader as opposed to a 6. Which is important. Like, he takes those sudden ferocities and wears those a lot better than Price would. However, Cinta is like a card that's good with Price, that's not as good with Luthen, but Cinta is also just fine to play from hand. And, like, yeah, I'm talking about this top end, but we've got like 5, 6, 7 here that's not embarrassing. Okay, Reaction Assembly is kind of embarrassing. Well, it's not that bad. But, like, I guess it's less important than some of what we've got going on down here. But, like, Dark Trooper on turn 1's just really nice. Well, I think I'm thinking it's probably Luthen. The sudden ferocity is so much better with Luthen having the bigger butt coming out earlier. It just really hurts. I don't know. I don't like it. But I think we're going to say goodbye to this portion down here. And we're just going to try it. And, you know, I haven't played Luthen so far. So I think there's a certain... I know I'm playing a lot of... Well, 4 of these 5 pools are all heroism. But I think Luthen has more interesting play patterns, and I'm going to need to figure that out. So now let's take Luthen green, and let's get to actually building the deck. That was just deciding who my leader is. Oh, and I'm going to play a PQ? I don't know. And that's where I think that these kinds of things are really... This is really helpful practice for me, is because I can sit here and talk about this for... how long this has already been? But I can sit here and talk about it for a while, but, like, I have to make a decision. At some point, like, you know, something has to happen. And it's giving myself the practice so that when I invariably end up there, I can just make the gut call and be like a little bit closer. Because I can sit here and be like, okay, let me build Price green, let me build Luthen green, let me play them out in a bunch, and then try to come up with like a better understanding of things. But even that, we kind of have to shortcut this process a little bit. And I gotta say too, some of that is like, I don't know, how often is Fulminatrix actually gonna get come into play? I don't know. Muckraker Drape, Galleon, how often are those coming into play and then upending the game? I don't know. That Masameda, I don't really have officials to do a bunch of stuff with that with. Similarly, the political bully is like, it's fine. I don't know. Double Creditor's Claim Lamasu is also like not a 0 in consideration, but man, that pool was so much closer to getting solved, and then I opened Queen Amidala, and it's just like, nope, you just mulligan for that card and probably do okay. So let's see how many cards we've got in this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we need to add 1 card to this mess. So let's take another look back through for something that we can splash. Creditor's Claim for 7. That's not really where I want to be. Lurking Snub Fighter also for 7. Not for me. Cruel Commandos for 7 is not an absolute 0, I would say. Convene the Senate. How many officials do I have? I've got 1, a 2, a 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 officials, so that's not really good. But one of those is Padme or Queen Amidala. So I don't know if you do that. I don't think I have that dog in me. Unauthorized investigation can get in here, I guess. It's not over yet. I don't have any way to trigger that. I don't think. I don't have anything that's just exhausting itself. Nope. B2 emo. It's not horrible, but I don't feel like it really fits on plan with anything here. Beguile is pretty tempting. Beguile at 5 is not pretty. It's hard to be tempo. But I think that's something that we can be reasonably interested in here. So, yeah, let's do Beguile. I like that card. It's not Waylay, but it's pretty close sometimes. All right. Well, it was painful, but this is the Luthen green deck. So we've got 5 decks. Once again, I couldn't help myself. And And I suppose in retrospect I don't hate that because that bonus deck ended up being the only villainy deck I constructed. So I will have a lot to learn from that experience. Even with my pre-releases, both of my pre-releases were heroism decks. So I don't know. I'm not that impressed by a lot of the villainy cards. And the villainy leaders are just kind of okay, especially at common. Like Yularen is tough because you're infrequently going to open stuff with Yularen where you're like, wow, this is insane. Jabba's really good. Deidre's okay. Slymore's okay. Like it's a lot of fine stuff. But it just strikes me that there's more of a ceiling in some of these heroism decks. So we'll see how that goes. At the very least, I feel like I'm setting the tempo in two key ways here with learning about these heroism decks. I think the Leia deck Leia is just going to be a very common leader to see at the top tables, where she just does a lot of things with many different cards, and so it's something you have to be ready for. And then I've also done a bunch of this. I feel like this red-yellow 1-drops archetype is a real thing, and at the very least, by playing it some more, I can be ready to enact it either in heroism or villainy, or at the very least have a better understanding of how to combat it. So, excuse me. Sorry about that. But yeah, let's. I'll reconfigure the studio here a bit, and we'll head over to playing the games. So, cool. All right, here we go for round 1 of the Secrets of Power sealed spectacular trifecta doohickey. We've got Leia versus Leia for the first one, yellow versus green. So over on my left here will be odds. Over on right here will be evens. Gets initiative to go first, and it's even. So green Leia gets it, and we'll look at the hands. We've got Mon Mothma, C-3PO, Populous Champion, Junior Senator, off aspect, Captain Rex, in charge with corruption. This is unfortunate because everything's heroism, so I can't actually see 3PO and activate on turn 1 because the only non-heroic card is charged with corruption, which is also that, right? That's how Leia works. To a unit, doesn't share an aspect with the disclosed card. So it would be turn 1 C-3PO into turn 2 Populous Champion, and just kind of try to curve out like this with a bunch of bombs. I feel like that's honestly okay. So I'm going to try that. And yellow Leia has Hired Slicer, Ando Commission, Populist Advisor, Chandrillin Sponsor, Nimble Prowess, and Senator Chuchi as the way to go. So I think Nimble Prowess and Populist Advisor are great cards. I'm going to need this Hired Slicer to disclose with, and then Senator Chuchi is a fine follow-up. Chandrillin Sponsor and Ando Commission are both like pretty okay cards to get rid of. Alright, so green Leia will start with a C-3PO. Yellow Leia plays Populist Advisor. Claim over here, and then this Leia is going to pay 1, reveal Hired Slicer, and get an experience token on Populist Advisor, and then pass. Here we get Lando and Theed Security. Theed Security is actually kind of interesting here because it does just pump itself right away, and then we've got the Lando follow-up. So I think I actually kind of like that. Or we've got Lando to use here, so I think I'm going to keep Lando in hand and lose Mon Mothma and try to focus on this part, and then we ready up. And over here, we're drawing Jade Squadron Patrol and Emissaries from Ryloth. I think the Squadron Patrol is just a long ways away from what we want to be trying to engage on the ground here and set up shop. So Green Leia is going to... C-3PO doesn't die instantly, so I think I'm good just to play Theed Security, get an experience on himself because C-3PO has other value to provide. And then over here, just on 3 resources, I think I'm just going to have Populist Advisor hit the base for 2. And over here, now we're going to activate Leia, reveal Lando, and then put another experience token on Theed Security. Now with 3 resources over here, I'm going to play Hired Slicer, just to put the most power into play, I believe. And Leia here is just quite content to claim again. And yeah, we'll draw Renewed Friendship and Jar Jar Binks. I think we're pretty comfortable putting Jar Jar Binks over here. I don't know about, this is an awful lot of cards to hold on to for a while, but there is some value in waiting this long. And over here we draw Populist Champion and Emissaries from Ryloth. I think we can send Senator Chuchi now because we're not getting beaten down that much, and we have the Advisor to help with that too. So, okay, so C-3PO is threatened here. So I think Leia is just going to start by returning to hand and giving +2/+2 to the Theed Security because that lets it take out the Populist Advisor. And that's a shame because I think Nimble Prowess just comes out here on whom I think it's the Hired Slicer. And this gets exhausted, so I'm just going to kind of put that buff over to the side because we're not engaging with that over here. So now with 4 resources, Leia is going to play Populist Champion. Or Green Leia is going to play Populist Champion. Yellow Leia is going to hit with Hired Slicer on the base for 6. Suppose we could have done that first to try and do that, but there's just no need to be risky. I guess I do have to reveal the top 2 cards of a deck, so I think you just do this for information. You see a Populist Advisor and a B2 Emo from this deck. And down we go. Probably pretty good for the green player. And so that was 3 resources from Leia to play the champion. And now we're going to activate Leia again, reveal Lando, put another experience token on Theed Security. And yellow Leia is going to deploy her own Populist Champion, and green will claim. Then yellow Leia is going to hit for 2 damage on the base, and then pass. Getting everything readied up here. Draw Raxian Assembly and Nimble Prowess, both pretty great here. And I think Renewed Friendship is not what this game is going to be quite about. And over here, we're drawing Cadal Conics, which is very actually we're on 5 resources now. That does just neuter the Theed security. Actually, yeah, because I'm a little afraid. So I think we'll put the Bravo Squadron fighter down. We're getting beat down a little bit here. Because, yeah, this is a 4-5. Or a 5-6. Which is actually a pretty comfortable attack into Hired Slicer over here and take 4 damage back on the Theed security. And I guess I'll just play the Cadal Conics, defeat these 3 experience, Theed security goes away. It is the whole turn, which does not feel great. So then this Populous champion for Green Leia. I don't know what the best use of the turn is now. It kind of just seems like we're just slamming the Raxian assembly, which is not pretty. So I guess we'll start with that though, because we're all tapped out. And if Yellow Leia wants to dump the whole board in there, like that's fine. So I think this Leia is continuing to go face. I'm just gonna attack for 5 or bring it up to 11. Populous champion here, I think, just easily takes care of that one to stem the bleeding. And then over here we'll attack for, okay, this is all gone. 2 more to base to bring to 13. Well, actually, I don't know. It's kind of tempting just to clear this champion. Yeah, let's clear this champion instead. Not quite the control, but that's just a very good tempo plan. So we take 3 damage back here. And yeah, Green Leia has the initiative, or has claimed, and now yellow is passing. Sorry. Draw Nubian Scarstiff, which is nice, and Heroic Arc 170. Both of these good pickups, and I think C-3PO is kind of done his time. And over here we get Outer Rim Constable and Death Trooper. I think there's enough going on here that Death Trooper is not the play for us. And here we just have a clean opportunity to just dump Rex into play. And he's going to give himself Sentinel, and Populist Advisor will also get Sentinel. And so on 6 resources, that's a little spooky. Because Leia's got to try to figure out how to deal with this. I think it starts with a deploy. And Raxian Assembly is just going to clear out the Populist Advisor while it can do so quite freely. Takes 2 back. Rex still has Sentinel here. I think Leia's gonna give Emissary from Yellow Leia's gonna play Emissary from Ryloth, give Rex a debuff for this phase. Green Leia's already spent everything, but can still deploy. And then we're gonna have Yellow Leia hit Rex. It's only gonna take 4 back. And she's going to put an experience, I think, on herself. I think on herself. Just when in doubt, just make it big. And that's going to put 5 damage on Rex. And Now green Leia has the opportunity to attack, and thanks to Lando, like I think this, yeah, this suite right here, we can put in a token on anything. So what are we putting it on, and who are we attacking? I think I want to kill Populous Champion here because that keeps Rex alive for one more turn, and then he gets to not be debuffed. So yeah, so Leia's going to attack Populous Champion, reveal Nubian Starskiff, and hit Populous Champion, which will die, and Leia will take 3 back. And now yellow Leia is going to claim. Interesting spot here. Draws Disciples Devotion and Nimble Prowess. Both kind of insane. And over here we draw Retaliation and Donnie Pilgrim. Both very reasonable. But the Pilgrim is doing the least here. Yeah, we did miss a... Not miss, but we chose not to deploy or plot out the Jar Jar. But I think getting Rex in play was well worth it. And... Alright, so... Yellow Leia is fighting the uphill battle here. That train is extra loud right now. Hello. Hi. Yep, just a normal Amtrak train. Very cool. Okay, what are we doing here? So Leia, the yellow Leia can hit base for 6. Go up to 17. But then the emissaries of Ryloth just get killed by any number of things. So it's not the most exciting attack. And then something else gets to trade off over here. I don't love all of that, but I'm not sure what we can do. Because like Disciples Devotion, we can give +3, and this will get us up to 11 health, but that's still a Captain Rex attack into Leia. So it's not even really protecting a whole lot. And like we can trade emissaries from Ryloth into Rex, but then any number of these are still trading into Leia. So we're not really like gaining traction on any of that. So I think that does mean I just want to put experience on herself by revealing Outer Rim Constables, and then slam for 6 into the base. And over here now I think it's just a very nice trade of Raxian Assembly into emissaries from Ryloth. Still leaving up a whole lot here. Now we can... I think we have to try to get another threat out here. So probably the way to do that is to use Nimble Prowess and emissaries to try to do that and make it so that emissary protects itself on entry. So that means I think I want to do a Nimble Prowess here now that the board has been winnowed. And I think that means I want Rex to be stopped, right? Because that way if Green Leia wants to stop Yellow Leia, they have to make that trade themselves. Unfortunately, it gets way worse because I think Green Leia just plays Retaliation here and does not care about non-leader. It just cares about dealing damage to the base. So that one goes quite poorly. And now we still have somewhat of the situation we're trying to go for, where emissaries from Ryloth comes down and it gives Leia -3/-0, so it doesn't die immediately. But she can have 6 up to 7 power, which is still quite a bit here. But honestly, I think Green Leia is just okay to claim here and then try to figure the rest out. And draw 2, Senate Warden, and Donnie Pilgrim. And again, the Pilgrim, I think, is just too late in the game to be that interested in it. Going up to 8. And I think Green Leia is running away with this now. Over here, we draw Ebon Hawk and accelerate our plans. Not really much of a reason to resource past 6, though. Well, no, we'll lose the accelerate the plans. So Green Leia has the initiative, but I think we just start with a trade in of Rex into the emissaries, or no, we've got the Nubian Star Skiff, so we can actually, yeah, this is way better. Reveal Nubian Star Skiff to Leia's Disclose. Now she's got 6 power, attacks into here, takes 4 damage, goes to 7, and Yellow Leia's got basically no shot at this game, I think. But Ebon Hawk is a plan. Because I can't even Outer Rim Constables to try and like blow up 1. Upgrade, that's just not enough here to kill Leia. So play the Ebon Hawk. Over here, I think we'll play Nubian Star Skiff because that forces the action quite quickly. And then we'll play Disciples Devotion, so it survives. Then we're going to attack the base for 7. Yellow Leia is going to activate, reveal Outer Rim Constable, get an experience here as well. And we've got 4 resources to use here, so I think we're just going to play the Heroic Arc 170, and we've got a damaged unit, 2 on the ground, so we're going to deal 2 to this thing right away. And then Yellow Leia claims. And we're moving on. Drawing Ando Commission and their own Heroic Arc 170. And over here we're drawing Chandrillin Sponsor and Unveiled Might. Unveiled Might, crucially, doesn't have to be a non-vehicle, despite the fact of it looking like armor. These upgrades just go on anything. So from here, it's got 7 health, -5, so it's not dead to 1 hit. And I think that means that the Ebon Hawk just goes base here and reveals Arc 170. So it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 coming across. So we do go up to 24 on base, which is not nothing. And 5 health is awkward here. So now what do we do? Have Leia hit the base for 6 and then disclose this Unveiled Might, or the Lando I guess we know about, and that's going to put an experience token on this Heroic Arc 170. So now this Leia is sitting over here on the yellow Leia on 7 resources. What are we going to do about all of this? I think the Outer Rim Constable finally comes into play and takes out the experience token from that. So now it's not a clean trade. Problem is we'll just go Unveiled Might onto Nubian Starskiff. And then we'll activate Leia, reveal the Arc 170, put another experience here. So we're at 6 health left. But that's still just a trade here with the Nubian, who takes 6 damage. Not even a trade, takes 6 back. This all goes away, and green Leia restores 2. Yellow Leia has to claim here with no plays. Takes 4 more in space. We'll play Chandril and Sponsor, and Rex is just going to trade with Outer Rim Constable to keep the board clear, I think. And yeah, then we're passing. Draw Lobot and Knowledge and Defense. I don't think Lobot is really going to line up here. So we go up to 8 resources. Over here, Covert Operative and Daro Commando. I think the Commando is not necessary. And we go up to 10. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, so Leia's got this Knowledge and Defense. Can either kill Leader Leia or kill the Nubian Starskiff. But that's probably very easily just to be Leader Leia, because that puts more damage on board, develops the board out further. So that goes away, and we draw a card. Junior Senator is also kind of interesting here. That was 3 resources, so we've got 5 left. Whew. But I think this Leia just attacks for 6 on base. Still have the Chandril and Sponsor, so we restore 2. We'll play for 4 the Junior Senator. Return Unveiled Might to hand. And this kills the Starskiff. So I said, we're on 10 resources, but I think, so we know about this heroic Arc 170 that's probably sticking around, but with no information, you see the 1 resource up. I think the Chandril and Sponsor just clears the Junior Senator, restores 2 more. Yellow Leia claims, and then with 10 resources available, I think we just put a Lando into play. Don't do it. Don't use his ability and then attack for 4. And yeah, now Yellow Leia has to secure both arenas with 1 card, 1 action, and does not have it. So that was a thorough beating by this green deck. And I guess these bombs are actually quite impressive. So probably pretty wrong in that this Leia green deck is actually just the nuts, and that Deidre deck is probably not going to be fast enough to compensate for that, which is good to know, but also good to learn that, rares are good. Alright, so Leia wins, Leia loses. Yellow is the loser, as it has been since Django was banned. Rightfully so. And yeah, up next we got that Deidre deck. Okay, game number 2 here. Leia is odd, Deidre is evens, and Leia gets it. So we'll see if maybe my first decks can ever have a winning record in this. Alright. This is a pretty medium hand here. Double Ando commission, 6-drop, and a plot card. I think we can do better. That's just doing nothing for a while. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on that one, but that feels rough to me. So see how well these decks mulligan too. Excited to see if Deidre is like I think she's the most aggressive of the 5 decks I have available today. So I'm excited to see how this turns out. Because I want aggro to be viable. Orc, Bale, Knowledge and Defense, Populist Advisor, Senator Chuchi, and Senator Warden. Alright, so the Bale and Knowledge and Defense I think are definitely what I want. And it's what we want out of the rest of this. I think we can hold on to Outer Rim Constable. It's both good for Leia and both good as a late game thing. And I think we are ostensibly going to be a bit more defensive here. So Chuchi, I think, is going to be the best tool to get a lot of restore happening for us. Deidre is going to have Academy Disciplinarian, Public Warwalker, Sneaking Suspicion, Reckless Rebel, Warrior of Clan Ordo, and Unruly Astromech. This is pretty nice. I think I will put Sneaking Suspicion and the Reckless Rebel down so that we can go Warrior of Clan Ordo on turn 1. And so Leia's going to start with Bail Organa. Deidre's going to play Warrior of Clan Ordo, and Leia's going to claim. Draw a Populist Champion and a Junior Senator. Realizing last game, I paid Junior Senator for 4 cost, and that might have actually been critical. I think Yellow Leia was losing that game anyway, but that would have made it closer. Probably just meant that Heroic Arc 170 traded at some point more effectively. Gosh, what are we doing here? I feel like now I can let this Outer Rim Constable go. The Junior Senator is going to be a bit better for what we need. And over here we'll draw a Screeching TIE Fighter and FN Trooper Corps. There's a little bit of tension here, but I think we can put the FN Trooper Corps down. We might wait and try to take advantage of that. I am not certain. Here, though, I believe... What are we going to do? Knowledge and Defense is like a very proactive play here, but I kind of want to get on board a little bit more before I start doing that. So, I think I just want to play Populist Champion. See where the night takes us. And over here, I think Warrior of Clan Ordo is just going to hit the base, reveal Academy Disciplinarian, and we're at 3 damage. I think Bale is okay. Attacking the Warrior takes 2, both 2 and 3. Are any of these better off as spies? I think yes, because we're likely to have initiative here. So I think I'm actually okay to let Senator Chuchi go and get our first spy token into play. Yeah. And now Dedra, I think, just wants to go... yeah, get that Academy Disciplinarian into play. 4 health is going to be helpful to us here. And then Leia claims, and we're moving on. Draw Nimble Prowess and accelerate our plans. We're not aggressive, so accelerate our plans is going way down here. And Leia's feeling like it's already got this one locked up. Political Bully and Charged with Treason. We don't really have the red cards right now to charge with treason, but at the same time, this Unruly Astromech is not what I want to be seeing. So, I think Leia is happy to start here by chucking the spy token into the Warrior of Clan Ordo. And then what does Academy Disciplinarian do? I don't think it does anything right now. I think we just play Political Bully and kill Bale on impact. I think that's as nice a line as we're going to have show up. Over for Leia next. Having expended 3 resources here, I think I'm okay to fire off this Knowledge and Defense on the Academy Disciplinarian and draw a card. And Deidre is going to hit base for 1, I believe. Populous Champion's going to kill the Disciplinarian, take 1 back. And Deidre's going to activate to choose an enemy unit and either deal 2 damage to it or let Deidre draw a card. I think we're okay with just letting the Populous Champion take 2 here. And I think Leia's just going to pass here because this Nimble Prowess is nice if Deidre deploys. And I think having spent all of her resources, Deidre's pretty happy to claim. Yeah. And I think Leia's just cool with taking it slower that way. So now we draw 2. Let's call it War and Warrior of Clan Ordo. I feel like the Screeching Tie is going to be too little too late up there, so I don't really care too much about it. And over here we draw 2. Lobot and Hired Slicer. I think that Lobot is unneeded. Just a little too much work to try and set up right now. So Deidre, I think very okay just to start off with this trade. And now Leia, with 5 resources and a bunch of reactive stuff, I think is just going to pass. And Deidre, I think, is fine enough to take that opportunity to deploy, play FN Trooper Corps, and get an experience from it. And now Leia will go. Interesting. If you play anything, you just turn on Deidre. That's kind of bad. But I guess it can't be helped. So we're going to go Emissaries from Ryloth and just shrink Deidre. So here's a rules question. And this is largely from my understanding of Magic the Gathering rules. I believe that the raid... so Deidre has -3/-0. I think that takes her down to 0 power. She gets raid 2 on attack. Actually, because of the experience token, it doesn't really matter. She ends up having 2 power anyway. So never mind. It doesn't matter in this instance. But if she didn't have this experience token, would she get 2 power on attack or 1 power on attack? Because I don't know how this game engine keeps track of negative numbers, if that makes sense. Or if she just goes to 0 as a result of this effect, and then raid 2 happens on top of that. I should learn that though. Okay, so Deidre now with raid 2 is going to hit the base for 2, and Leia is going to claim, and we're moving on. 1, 2, going up to 6 resources here. So much removal. I don't think we need A-Wing, and the sneaking suspicion is no longer relevant. I think Deidre is just going to be trying to dump removal onto the ground arena here. We draw Ando Commission and Jade Squadron Patroller. I think the Patroller is just not the arena that we're losing in right now, and we need to be spending a lot of our resources and most of our cards on that. But now this hired slicer is not a factor in this game. I don't think that's not what we were playing this turn. So let me get that Jade Squadron Patrol back, because we still want to have some respect for space, and losing to it here as the Leia player, right? Definitely on the back foot. So we've got our 4-6 in play here. And so I think we're just going to give it a Nimble Prowess and exhaust Dedra, who knows? So now the FN Warrior or Trooper Core gets cleaned up immediately, so I think it just hits base for 4. And I believe the emissaries are going to do just that and take 4 back. Kill the Trooper Core. Dedra's going to play Republic Warwalker. Doesn't immediately die to Leia attack. But that's the whole turn over there. That's 6. Leia spent 1 for Nimble Prowess. I guess by expending that prowess early, I don't actually have the tools to disclose anything, and she is just a 4/7. That's not great. Interesting. We can use Junior Senator to bounce our Nimble Prowess back to hand, and use that to get value. I think that's actually kind of sick. Yeah, it says you may return an upgrade that costs 3 or less to its owner's hand. Okay, so we're going to play Junior Senator, return Nimble Prowess. Okay, that's actually dope. Oh, okay. Okay, I want to do that to somebody in Limited so badly now. Alright, Deidre claims after playing the Warwalker. Alright, so now Leia is going to you disclose for Nimble Prowess, give an experience token to Emissaries from Ryloth because we want to hit 6 power with that. Then we're going to deploy Leia. We're going to I guess I can't really pump Leia herself here, which is unfortunate. So I believe I will, and the nature of the on attack here is kind of messy, so I think Leia is just going to hit base for 4, reveal Nimble Prowess, put an experience token on Emissaries from Ryloth, and then Nimble Prowess herself post-combat. Or not post-combat, but as the next action. And Deidre claimed like 18 years ago, and is annoyed watching all of this happen. So now we're passing. Okay. Oops. Oopsie poopsie. Drawing Hunting Assassin Droid and Sneaking Suspicion. Don't think we need that Sneaking Suspicion here. And I am interested in spending 7 resources this turn. Okay. And we draw Knowledge and Defense and Lost Jedi. Lost Jedi, not needed. Although it is a disclosed thing. By virtue of not being heroic. Interesting that Leia kind of punishes you for getting a bunch of, like, premium cards. Because usually, like, the gold commons are, like, exciting to put in your deck. But Leia actually kind of wants you to do less of that. Or not less of it, but, like, it invites some problems along the way. Okay, so Deidre here. I believe is just going to play Let's Call It War. Or wait. This has 8 health. That's a problem. 8 health minus 4 is not good. So Dedra has 5 attack at best. The Ward Walker has 7. So I think we just have to crash in for 7 damage to the base. And Dedra's got that 6 health. So now Emissaries from Ryloth is going to attack Dedra, take 3 back, and go to 7. Now Dedra plays Let's Call It War. Hits for 3 and 2, kills Junior Senator and the Emissaries from Ryloth. So we've got Leia over here that can't effectively pump herself. So I believe we do a Knowledge and Defense on Republic Warwalker. Give it -2, and draw. Get this Disciple's Devotion, which also doesn't really solve our woes. And I think kind of getting around the inevitable here. I think Deidre just charged with treason, puts 5 damage on Leia. So that way we are trading with the Warwalker. And now, because that's all of Deidre's resources, even if you might want to wait to try and set something up with the Warwalker, it's now costing you damage on your base. We can maybe play Ando Commission and work something out that way. I guess we can pump Ando Commission by attacking with Leia too. That's something we can do here. But then I'm only putting 5 damage onto the Warwalker. So I think we play Ando Commission, Deidre claims, and then Leia attacks into the Warwalker. That'll kill it, and then we'll reveal, I don't know, Disciple's Devotion. Doesn't really matter, because information's weird in this kind of game state. And they trade off. And now we're on Deidre's prerogative. It's going to draw Undercover Operation and Hunting Aggressor or Assassin Droid. On 7 resources here. Could go to 8. I kind of like it, but let's get rid of the Undercover Operation. We're not able to push quite that much damage yet. And so we're going to 8 resources here. And over here we're drawing Heroic Arc 170 and Nimble Prowess. Do we want to resource? I don't think we do, because all of these cards are like viciously anti-aggro. I want to resource, but I don't want to lose these cards, I think. Yeah, so Deidre's gonna start off with, I think, a Hunting Assassin Droid, which Ando Commission is just gonna outright kill and take 3 damage back. play a Warrior of Clan Ordo, and that's 5 resources. This is where it starts to get ugly. Heroic. No. I don't know. I guess we'll get this Jade Squadron Patroller. That's just like as good a time as any as we're gonna have for this. And I think Dedra's just gonna get the other hunting assassin droid in there. And Leia has the option to either claim or put a token on something, but I think claiming here is good, especially with Nimble Prowess. Hits Emissaries from Ryloth and Death Trooper. Death Trooper's not bad, but I don't think it's enough here. And over here, we get FN Trooper Corps and Clandestine Connections. But we're on 8 here, so I think this is just fine. So I could Disciples Devotion to give 3 more health here to Ando Commission, but that's not going to get it to the 5 health it needs to survive the Hunting Assassin droid. So I believe I'm just going to Nimble Prowess onto here and exhaust the Assassin droid. And now I think there's a mighty fear from the Dedra player of things going worse, so you just trade the Warrior of Clan Ordo over here while you have the opportunity. Now 1 resource is spent, 7 remain. This die lives over here. And so I believe Leia's going to drop in the Emissaries now for 5. So it's 6 total of what we used. And trying to get out of range, I think FN Trooper Corps comes in, gives the Hunting Assassin droid an experience. And Leia's going to reveal Disciples Devotion, get an experience on the Emissaries from Ryloth. And that was 5 resources over here for Dedra for the FN. You got 3 left. I think we'll ask if we want to put 2 damage here, but I don't think you do put the damage there. I think you let Dedra draw the card. They draw a Regulations Bureaucrat. And now what? So does Leia want to attack for 6 and start to get this game over with? Or do you claim with Emissaries from Ryloth to try and make sure you're stabilized? I think we claim here to be safe. And now Dedra has the choice of Clandestine Connections or Regulations Bureaucrat. The Connections lets us save either unit, so which one do we want to save more? I think we want to preserve the Assassin droid that's going to attack for 5, most likely. And then we're passing. Over here we draw Bo-Katan and Ebonhawk. Oh my god. We don't need this Ebonhawk. There's enough going on. I think we're on 9 resources, right? Yeah, 9 resources. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. And then Dedra draws Clandestine Connections, Regulations Bureaucrat. We don't want this Bureaucrat anywhere in our deck, really. So we're just going to resource it and spend a lot of resources elsewhere. But yeah, I think Bo-Katan just kind of shows up and drops the hammer here. Puts -3 on both of these and just buys so much time. But like, especially that, like, if we can set up this Disciples Devotion on Bo-Katan, it's just gonna be backbreaking. So, we got to try to get in damage here, and I think the Assassin Droid is going to attack for 2 on base because the Leia player is really incentivized to kill this, but now they're kind of forced to kill the FN Trooper Corps to preserve as much damage as they can. But I think that's still what they're going to do. So Emissaries is going to take 1 back. We get an experience token to throw around with Bo-Katan. I think I'm just going to put that on Bo-Katan. Oh, no. Let's put it on Emissaries, because with this Disciples Devotion, it's, Bo-Katan's already the threat. So now, what's Deidre going to do about all of this? Probably just die. So let's start by paying 1. See if Bo-Katan will take 2 damage or let us draw a card. And I think Bo-Katan just takes 2 damage. And then Jade Squadron attacks for 6. Deidre will play Viper Probe Droid. Regret the life choices. And then, because they see the heroic Arc 170, they will put the clandestine connections there. And they have now Leia claims. And so let's call it war. We have the opportunity to deal 3 damage to a unit, but we don't have the initiative, so that's all we get to do. And I just don't think that's really worth it right now. So, nor does it set anything up, nor does it help figure the sports date out. So we're just going to pass. Leia's going to draw 2 Ando Commission and Craig Veteran. The Veteran can go away because we got a lot to spend resources on. And over here we get Republic Oryx Starfighter and Inspiring Senator, and actually pretty close to the bottom of the deck. On 9 resources here. So no longer nerfed by Bo-Katan, but can just go. This is 5 power currently. The Emissaries has 7 health remaining, so I think it's just going to jam into this Assassin Droid, take 5 back, go to 6. Bo-Katan triggers. I guess we'll put it on her. Doesn't really matter. In this game state, I guess. The Viper Probe Droid is going to come in, hit the base for 4, go to 23. I think Bo-Katan will just kill it outright. Or, yeah, I think the Viper Probe Droid, it's going to pay the 2 with clandestine connections, put 2 more damage on base. Go to 25. So now it has to be killed. So Bo-Katan is going to do just that. Kill it. Take 4 back. Go to 6. Get an experience token. Deidre's going to activate on Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan's going to take the damage. I guess we'll play an Inspiring Senator for Dedra. And then we'll play an Ando Commission. We'll play an Oryx Starfighter. And then we'll play a Disciples Devotion on Bo-Katan. And Dedra's gonna claim, I guess. And then Jade Squadron is just gonna hit base for 6. And pass. Deidre draws Darth Nihilus and AAT Incinerator. Um, those are a lot of words. That's a lot of. Huh. I don't think we're getting there, but this is a lot. We're on 9 resources. I feel like Nihilus has to be part of us winning, so I'm gonna go to 10 over here so that we can, let's call it war as well while we have the initiative. I don't know. I don't know what this game is. This is insane. And Leia's gonna draw Bravo Squadron and Chandrillin Sponsor. We're on 10. I don't see a reason to go beyond that because we can play all the cards in our hand and activate Leia. Okay. So, I guess I've really done this all wrong. Because now the Deidre player has somehow, like, putzed into a let's call it war that does... Oh, no. That's not as good as I think it is. It's still very good. 3 damage to the Ando Commission, 2 damage to the emissaries from Ryloth. That clears both of those. So now we've got Bo-Katan. Dedra is at 16, right? So Bo-Katan's just going to attack for 11. 16 plus 11 is 27. And yeah, I don't know if there was a pump spell. Inspiring Senator might be able to get there, but it just attacks for 3 to base, goes to 28, and then 6 here comes across for Leia. So Leia wins that one. This is a sweet format, y'all. This is cool. That was a cool game. I don't know. I felt like I gave the Leia player an opportunity to lose that one, and I probably should have played that game better on that side. But at the same time, the Dedra deck certainly got to like do its thing and was a factor. And Let's Call It War is a really interesting card. That card's so sick when you pop off with it. But it's also one of those, like, I don't know how easy it is going to be to play around a Let's Call It War versus, like, it's just kind of going to happen to you sometimes. Like, it's just going to blow you out and you're kind of just living with that. Yeah. I don't know. Great game. Okay, game number 3 here. Leia's 1-1 fighting against Cassian. So another red-yellow opponent. Let's go odds Leia, evens Cassian. Cassian gets it. That's presumably very good for him. Orc, Umbaran Mobile Cannon, Skyhopper, Canyon Runner, Beguile, Contraband, Starhopper, and Zeton Maj. I think this is okay. And I think I'll lose the Umbaran thing because it's 8 cost in this deck. And we're just going to, like, we've got a curve of, like, Starhopper, Beguile, Zeton Maj. I think we're in decent shape. And over for Leia. Accelerate our plans, Bravo Squadron, Ando Commission, Orc, Bail Organa, and Senate Warden. So Bail is a great turn 1 play. Orc is just good all around. Accelerate our plans is not really something we like in this deck. And so what is the weakest card among these? And it's probably Senate Warden, because this Ando Commission has actually been kind of decent. And I thought it was going to be sort of bad. But yeah, let's do it. We'll drop in a Contraband Starhopper. And I think Leia, seeing that, will just bring in the Bravo Squadron Fighter. And then Cassian is going to claim and hopefully take advantage of his ability. Draw 1, 2. Kind of stinks to get rid of an Outer Rim Constable, but I think Sakatro just into Vel Sartha, we're just really building a nice curve here. And draw Lost Jedi and Knowledge and Power for Leia. And Lost Jedi I don't think is very good. So Cassian is just going to start out here by attacking for 2 to trigger his ability that says friendly units that have a damaged an opponent's base this phase cannot be attacked. Cool thing I learned on Karabast is that Zeton Maj actually triggers that. By when you take the initiative and dealing damage to a base, that is enough to get the protection from Cassian. Yeah, if you were the person that were doing that on Karabast, that's awesome. Good stuff. That was a really cool and creative thing, and I remembered it. Okay, so here I think Leia is down to just reveal Outer Rim Constable, put an experience token on Bravo Squadron Fighter, and try to pressure that way. Cassian will play Sakatro. Leia's going to play... hold up. This is actually an interesting spot for Leia to claim, because then you can just take on the Star Hopper and then play the Ando Commission. And I think all of that is kind of great, but then you're like letting 2 resources go here, which doesn't feel great. But I suppose you still play Bale here, because if they attack with the Star Hopper, you get to put in the commission. If they don't attack with the Star Hopper, yeah, I think you get to just try and do everything here by letting them claim and then hit their base for 3 and pass. Rebellious Functionary and A-Wing. I think A-Wing's just going to be a tough one at this point, because short of beguiling, we don't really want to, we're kind of losing in space, and Vel Sartha kind of wants me to try to deploy more to the ground and beat up there. If that makes sense. And over here we draw another Ando Commission and Cadal Connix, and Connix I think is very okay to be a plot 1 this game. And so Cassian, again, I think just not wanting to get blown out, is going to hit for base for 2, go to 4. Leia's going to play the Ando Commission. Cassian will respond by playing Zeton Maj. And what is Bail Organa going to do here? I think he's going to attack Sakatro. We'll take 2. Bail will take 3. And I think we're going to discard Outer Rim Constable and get a spy token here. So now it's an interesting question for Sakatro. Your opponent's tapped out. You want to just trade with the commission? I think you do, because you've already taken some damage from the Bail Organa. Yeah, I think you're okay with that. So on attack, reel the top card of your deck. Opponent may pay 1. They cannot. You draw it, and then this trades with Ando Commission. And here Leia will just claim to avoid taking essentially 4 damage. And then pass from Cassian, who's going to draw Valiant Commando and Rebellious Functionary. And I think the Pathfinder is the weak link here. Over here we draw Emissaries from Ryloth and Lobot, but I think Lobot is just the weakest Sentinel or defensive thing we've got going on here. This Leia deck is very anti-aggro, I'm seeing. A lot of good tools to stem the bleeding. Which is perhaps a sign to like not play aggro. Cards like Emissary from Ryloth and Knowledge and Defense are looking very good. Even that Ando Commission's not bad. So, here from the Leia side, we can't stop Zeton Maj entirely in his tracks. So, we're just going to start by killing the Contraband Starhopper. Take 2 back. And then, yeah. Zeton Maj is going to hit base. Protect himself with Cassian. We'll play... I don't know what we'll play here. Maybe just the Ando Commission? Yeah, okay, we'll do an Ando Commission. And Cassian is going to play Velsartha. Leia will use her ability to reveal Knowledge and Defense. And I think that's just going to go into Ando Commission right now. And then Cassian's going to claim, deal 2. And I think Bale and the Spy are all going to go to base. So we'll go to 7. And I think we'll discard Knowledge and Defense to make another Spy token. So we just really want to be getting on the board here and managing these threats as they come down, which we're going to kind of be struggling to do here on this coming turn cycle. So yeah, and then we're passing. Another Emissaries from Ryloth and Bo-Katan. Oh goodness, we're a ways away from Bo-Katan, but we're on 6 resources. Can I afford to just hold this in hand? I don't think I can, especially when Emissaries from Ryloth is just like a great 2-turn sequence here. I feel like that's got to be my ticket to get to the win and stabilize this board. I don't know if I've liked how I've done Bail Organa activations this game. Lone Shark and Emissary Sheathipede are the draws here. And I think I'll take out Valiant Commando because I'm not quite... Well... I guess it's this Lone Shark that kind of confuses me. No, I think it's the Sheathipede. I think we're just giving up on space. Like, the Sheathipede does fine up there, but we just gotta overwhelm, I think. And try to make life difficult here. Alright, so with the initiative, I can, I believe, run Zeton Maj into the Ando Commission because I need to damage the base to gain protection. And so if Velsartha went into there, it would just trade with a Spy, and now the Velsartha is like a much more threatening card in this arrangement. And so Leia is just going to play an Emissaries from Ryloth and give Velsartha -3/-0. But she still needs to protect herself, so I think she'll hit the base for 3, go to 13. Leia's going to activate, reveal another Emissaries from Ryloth, and put it on the only target, which is a Spy. Spies and Ando Commission, I'm learning, are really good with Leia. Perhaps you already knew that. And that's okay, because I'm a little dumb. So it just takes me a little bit to get there. But with that Spy that's been beefed up, Cassian's going to Lone Shark into it and take 1 damage back. Spend 4 on that. Now Leia comes out, and think Cassian also comes out here. And Leia is going to kill Velsartha and take 1 damage back. And she's got a trigger to... No, wait, can't do that. Can't do that. Because Velsartha had attacked a base. That was the whole point. That was the whole point. So now what do we do instead? I think we'll kill Lone Shark. And take 2 damage back. We've got a trigger to put an experience token. And again, the spy is our only option. Cassian will hit base for 6. Go to 19. And here I think Leia just claims, because she's got a bunch of 2-power things that could just kill Cassian immediately. And then he'll dump 2 rebellious functionaries into play. Try to get more damage across. And we'll draw here for Leia. Knowledge and defense. Nimble prowess. I don't really want to resource any of those. These are just fine on 6 resources. And over here we get Unruly Astromech and Lightmaker, which is insane here. I don't think I actually want to let any of these be resourced just yet. Debuff is gone on Velsartha. Maybe doing that with the Ando Commission was, or with the Ryloth emissaries. Maybe that was not a great target because I just gained 3 life. I didn't actually... Well, I gained 3 life and made it like stop affecting my board. I don't know. I feel like it's just kind of a tough thing to deal with there. Anywho. So right off the bat here, it's Leia's move. What do we do to kill this Cassian? I can either knowledge and defense, or I can throw Bail Organa into it. And I believe I will throw Bail Organa into it and let this knowledge and defense hang out for a little bit. So, yeah, Cassian dies. So now I've got these fellas. Velsartha is just going to crack in for 6 on base. And the spy... Yeah, see, now we can't really win, right? Because we don't have a way of interacting with Velsartha unless we claim. So, like, from Leia's perspective here, I just lose, right? Because I can't kill this. It's damaged my base. And if Cassian just claims the initiative, I can't stop him. Okay, let's back up then. Let's back up. Okay. I'm going back to the start of the turn. Whatever, it's my game. We're here. Okay. Same spot. So, because Cassian is worded in that way, I'm supposed to nimble prowess. How am I supposed to nimble prowess here? I think we put it on Leia and we exhaust Velsartha. Cassian attacks for 6 on base. We go here. This is a far more... we can actually work... We can actually chew through this. Kind of. We still have to kill Cassian first action here. I think. So let's knowledge and defense on Cassian. So that's 3. After we nimble prowess for 1. So we draw. We hit Populous Champion. Cassian now goes back to that side, but now we're in this kind of same state, but Velsartha does not have the protection because it did not damage a base. It was exhausted by nimble prowess. Yeah. Okay. All right. Rebellious Functionary is going to hit the base. Bail Organa is going to run into the ready Rebellious Functionary, so this dies. We're surviving at 1. And I think Cassian just plays this 4 health gigantic unit in space. And can't really beat that, I don't think. Because I guess if I had like complete perfect knowledge, right, I would have held the knowledge and defense, and then that could have let me disclose onto Bravo Squadron Fighter. That can hit Lightmaker for 4. But also, like, the Cassian player just, like, doesn't have to play into that at all if they don't want to. They can just, like, play Unruly Astromech and Valiant Commando. So I think Leia's just dead here anyway. But that was interesting to think about, like, what is more appropriate sequencing on that turn. And Cassian actually looked really impressive there. I thought he looked good. His various leader abilities were definitely the key to that victory. But cool stuff. This is a cool limited format. But I'm definitely feeling... I feel like this practice is good, but I am also feeling out of my depth. Which is... I mean, hey, this is like practice like this is how we get there. But for a PQ, that's only a few weeks away. This is not where I was, you know, by comparison of where I felt about Legends of the Force going to that planetary or sector qualifier in Philadelphia. So, I don't know. I'm scared. Okay, here we go. Leia's attempting to get a 3 or get a 2-2 here. Just trying to go even money versus Luthen. And I do have like just a few more thoughts about Luthen and like the difficulty I had in building that deck. I think it's important in Star Wars Unlimited that you really need your leader to be impactful. And you're really just going to lose a lot of games if your leader is not good. That's why I like completely dismissed Governor Price, because it was so not related to the general plan of the deck. But then I'm also sitting here like, I don't know, like this pool is really rough to like have to consider that, and maybe I should just be doing Sly more and like having worse cards but a better leader. I'm not really sure how all of that works. And like Luthen is a fine leader. I think he's fine, but I don't think this deck is a good Luthen deck, and that's sort of part of the problem here. Other than the double sudden ferocity, that part's going to be pretty good. But let's see how we do here. Leia odds, Luthen even, and Luthen gets the initiative. Start with Daro Commando, Nubian Star Skiff, Sudden Ferocity, Grassroots Resistance, Synthicaz, and thank God a 2-drop. So here I think we're going to be probably on the more aggressive side. So I think, well, Synta is a hand card for this deck because I don't think we're waiting on Luthen. And Grassroots Resistance, I'm not expecting to get that beaten down. Sudden Ferocity is just going to be a cleaner thing to do on our flip turn. And over here, Leia gets Senator Chuchi, Chandrillin Spartzer, Crate Veteran, Emissaries from Ryloth, and Senate Warden. So I think Senate Warden is potentially the shipment here. I don't know. Actually, none of these are that bad. None of these are that bad. Well, Senate Warden is not bad, but it's just, I think, not the best card here. So we've got like 2 options for turn 1 and 2 options for turn 2. which is just kind of a funky decision tree to be in. Being on the being on the draw, I think we do want to have the ability to choose on turn 1. And I think I'm just going to let the emissaries from Ryloth go and try to keep cheaper cards and figure out how to play this. So over here, we'll start with the Warrior of Clan Ordo. And this is awkward now because it's like, oh, I could play Chandrillin Sponsor, but it's just going to get eaten immediately. So I think instead I play the Starfighter and Luthen Claims. Another Sudden Ferocity and Junior Senator for 4. I don't think I want that Junior Senator for 4. Well, yeah, the Nubian Star Skiff is just a better card, I think. And over here we draw Bo-Katan and Populist Champion, and yeah, we just can't hold on to a Bo-Katan for 6 turns. That's not how Star Wars Unlimited gets played. So Warrior of Clan Ordo is going to hit base for 3, and we're going to reveal, I guess, Cinta, because that's far away. Over here, we'll just jam the Populist Champion. This is ready. And we'll play Daro Commando. And what does Leia want to do here? I think she wants to claim and stem some of this bleeding by killing the warrior immediately. And then Luthen's going to pass. We've got a Reckless Rebel and an Ando Commission. I think we can let the Ando Commission go here. But this Reckless Rebel is going to be nice on the flip turn, I think. And then we ready up. Over here we get Disciples, Devotion, and Outer Rim Constable. Kind of like holding on to this Constable. I feel like the Crate Veteran is the odd one out now. And so Leia is just going to start by clearing the Warrior of Clan Ordo. And taking 3 damage back. And Daro Commando is going to attack for 3 to base. I think Luthen's very comfortably the aggressor. And I think we'll put a Disciples Devotion here, so we've got ourselves a nice chunky Sentinel. And Luthen's going to play this Nubian Star Skiff. And Leia here, we do have the 4 power, so we are killing the Daro Commando. And surviving right now. So I think I want to pump the fighter to try to force Luthen to go slow in space. And Luthen's gonna claim. Draw Callus and Crucible. Okay. So we're on the flip turn now. So I think Crucible is just way better than Cinta. So I think Cinta can go to get permanently resourced, because I want to continue to build out my board. Like this Sudden Ferocity is going to be really good from hand, or from the resource row. And so I think doing that plus Reckless Rebel into Crucible, Callus, that's probably our goal line here. So over here we draw Ando Commission and Nimble Prowess, both of which are pretty good. So let's lose the Chandrillin Sponsor. That's not how we want to use our mana this turn. And so Luthen's got the opportunity here, and it just has to kill Bravo Squadron Fighter before that gets out of hand. Takes 3 back. And that gives Populist Champion the opportunity to kill Daro Commando. And now what do we do? I think Luthen deploys and is going to get suddenly ferocious. To which Leia will... could just play an Outer Rim Constable. Has to attack into Populous Champion anyway. Who is sitting at 8 health. It's got 2 left, so popping the Sudden Ferocity doesn't actually get us anywhere particularly profitable. So I think we'll just Nimble Prowess here. Exhaust Luthen. Luthen's going to play the Reckless Rebel. And now with 4 resources, I think Leia's going to reveal Outer Rim Constable, put an experience token here, and then play Senator Chuchi. And go from there. And yeah, Luthen has claimed. So now we're drawing. 1, 2. Remote escort tank is nice here. But, yeah, I don't know. A Contraband Starfighter. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. We have the Contraband Starhopper. Okay. I think I'm resourcing it, though. So instead, Luthen gets to start this turn by going Crucible. And we get 3 experience tokens. 1 on Luthen, 1 on the Rebel, and 1 on that. So, and over here Leia draws Ebon Hawk and Hired Slicer. Hired Slicer we don't need. We may need Ebon Hawk up in space. Here. So Crucible just hit the table. Leia's crying. Everything is awful. Everything is bad. I think we just start with Chuchi into Reckless Rebel, though. Take 3 back and restore 1. And we gain restore 2 on this other friendly official unit, which is Populous Champion, who's got 4 health right now. So Luthen can definitely attack in and kill it, but is that Luthen's best plan? No, I think we probably just go base while there's no Sentinel out. So he'll attack for 6. And Champion will attack Luthen, who's got 6 health, so just explodes in a fiery ball, but restores 2. And Luthen takes 6. Yeah, there we go. This all goes away. And then we'll take 5 up in the air, go to 14. We'll play the Ebon Hawk. Luthen will claim. We'll reveal. Ebon Hawk is awkward though, because then I can't do anything, because this is a 4-cost Outer Rim Constable. So we'll play Ando Commission. That's probably more what's happening. Luthen claims. Reveal Outer Rim Constable. Put an experience token on the commission. Or let's put it on Chuchi. That's better. Put it on Chuchi. With the Ebon Hawk. Play Leia. Leia attacks, reveals Ebon Hawk, puts the experience on herself. 5 goes there, and then we pass. Assassin Probe and Grassroots Resistance. I don't believe it's Probe. So let's get all that situated. Ando Commission again, and Cadal Conics, which I think is just not good here because there's already, well, yeah. Outer Rim Constable does like what Cadal Conics does for 1 less here. Okay. What is Luthen doing here? We are on 7. So I can I don't know exactly what we're doing. Because we can play Alexander Callis, or we can go Sudden Ferocity and Grassroots Resistance and just kind of race in space pretty easily. So it's like this is a pretty favorite spot for the Luthen player. I'm just not certain how to do this best. But best probably involves getting Ando Commission off the table before it has the opportunity to do anything else, like attack me and erase. And I'm not really clearing it up. So I will just put Luthen into the void there. Who didn't actually do a whole lot for that game, I won't lie. Yeah. So, with 7 resources, I think Chuchi is going to attack the base for 3 and restore 1, and we'll give this little restore 2 to Leia. And Callus just dies immediately to Leia, so I probably don't want to do that. So instead I'm going to Grassroots Resistance, kill Ando Commission, and heal 3 from the base. Then we'll play Ebon Hawk, I guess, in space. And this is where we get the go sign. That's just going to be a little too late. We'll hit for 5, go to 18. Leia's going to hit for 5 as well, go to 10, and give an experience to Ebon Hawk by way of Outer Rim Constable. And restore. Did I already do the restore 2? I don't think so. Whatever. Luthen's winning anyway. Sudden Ferocity is going to get played on Crucible. Leia will play Ando Commission. Luthen attacks for 8, which sets up 24. And Leia has to claim here and figure something out. Luthen draws Pathfinder and Beguile. I guess we'll just hold on to all of that for now. It probably won't matter. And then Leia draws Outer Rim Constable and Jade Squadron Patrol, which does make this complicated now. So we actually have to figure this out. And Populist Advisor can go away because we've got enough to keep things busy. Alright, so that means Leia's first action here is Jade Squadron Patrol. Oh, okay. Well, Luthen drew Beguile. So we play that for 5. And the Jade Squadron comes back to hand. And then, no attack down here kills. And 8 damage from Crucible. We'll get the win. So Luthen gets the win on this one. Man, I thought that Leia deck was better than 1 and 3, but I am wrong all the time. So just keep on being wrong. But learned some interesting things about how to build Leia, I would say too. Like the Ando Commission and the spy tokens were great for just very easy disclosing, but and like the Outer Rim Constable, Orc as I've been calling him, was actually like pretty good just to sit in hand and always have a disclose ready. Granted, you want that to be like a pretty high value splash card, but the fact of the matter is I didn't think that was a huge detriment to those games to just always be holding something off aspect. So maybe for Leia you run like 1 or 2 really off aspect things, just kind of like the Outer Rim Constable that's like has really niche value. Sudden Ferocity probably is a similar vein where like sometimes that's just enough to provide lethal, but then can also just hang out and help pump your dudes. I don't know. Interesting stuff, and I'm learning. Okay, we're done with the one Leia, but we're ready for another one. So we got Leia Green Bomb Central versus this aggro Deidre Yellow deck. So it's Leia evens Deidre, and it is Leia's prerogative. Got a Heroic Arc 170, Darrow Commando, Renewed Friendship, Jar Jar Binks, and a Chandrillon Sponsor. Renewed Friendship is just more of a late game top deck. Could be argued not even really in the deck. How good is Retaliation going to be? We are definitely on the defensive, but... Oh, no, wait. I just resourced Jar Jar. Sorry. Yeah, I resource my plot card, and we go 2, 3, 4, 5 and figure things out. Maybe. Nova for Deidre. We've got Warrior of Clan Ordo, so the hand's already a keep. Reckless Rebel, Screeching TIE Fighter, A-Wing, Hunting Assassin Droid, and Political Bully? Okay. This hand is crazy. I think I let the Warrior and the Reckless Rebel go, and then I'm going to go 2 Space 1-drops, Hunting Assassin Droid, and then like on the Deidre flip turn I'll play Political Bully for value. I like this. So yeah, Chandrillon Sponsor, and then we go A-Wing, Claim, Screeching TIE Fighter, and then pass. So B2 Emo and Lando are the draws here. I want to resource Darrow Commando, but that's also my only thing to disclose onto Chandrillon Sponsor. So I don't think I actually have that luxury, but I can probably just resource Lando. He does have the phrase gain 6 or heal 6 to your base on it, but I don't know if we're going to have that much time. And I think like pumping the sponsor, playing B2, getting the restore train going is going to be important to staying alive. And Deidre is drawing Republic Warwalker and Viper Probe Droid. Don't really care for the Probe Droid here. So Leia's going to start by revealing the Darrow Commando. Get an experience there. Dedra. Oh, wait. Oh, ho. Oh, Screeching TIE Fighter has text. It's going to attack for 2, and we're going to take away the restore part of Chandlerlin's sponsor. Then I'll play B2 for 1. Dedra will attack for 2 more. I will pass. And then Dedra's going to play Hunting Assassin Droid, to which I will, I think, just hit base for 3, because making the Assassin Droid a bigger threat is not a good use of my time. And then Dedra's claiming, and then we're passing. Okay, so Dedra first. Let's try to have some consistency. Sneaking Suspicion and Clandestine Connections. Yeah, I'll put the Sneaking Suspicion down, I guess. Ready everything up. Over here we'll draw Junior Senator, which this one is splashed, and Mon Mothma. Mon Mothma I don't really want to lose because we're kind of holding out. So I will lose the Junior Senator, I think. Not too worried about that part right now. So Dedra's not really going to be ever gaining that much traction here. Or like I'm not really drawing enough cards. I'm kind of spewing things with all these 1-drops. So I think we still have to attack for 2 with the Screeching TIE. Take Restore out of this one. B2 is going to attack, restore 1, reveal Heroic Arc 170 and Mon Mothma to give the Chandlerlin sponsor. I'll just use this. The sponsor has Sentinel for this phase. Now what do I want to do? I still think I will. Let's keep it simple. I'll just hit with the A-Wing. Go to 7. The sponsor has Sentinel, does not have Restore. So I think I'm actually okay to offer the trade here. Or now let's activate Leia. Reveal Daro Commando. And put an experience on here. So now I have to. So now it's threatening to kill the Assassin Droid, which is unfortunate. It's got 4 power. So I think I will deploy Dedra and pay 2 for Sneaking Suspicion and put that on the Hunting Assassin Droid. So now it's awkward again. So I think here you would just play the Daro Commando and let the Dedra player try to figure out how to get through this. So we're tapped out here for Leia. And so it's got 5 health, so I need to do something. So I think the Clandestine Connections has to go on Hunting Assassin Droid. Now I'm all the way, or Dedra's all the way tapped out. So the sponsor sees that it's just going to die and will put 4 damage on Dedra. And now the Hunting Assassin Droid will, so I guess this takes 2 back. Do I attack with the Hunting Assassin Droid, or do I claim? Claiming kind of sucks, I think. Yeah. So I do think the Assassin Droid has to attack. It's going to take 4 back. Sponsor goes away. And Now Leia claims and will take 4 damage, or 2 damage from Deidre. And then Deidre will pass. So Leia here draws C-3PO and Covert Operative. Covert Operative is actually pretty cool here. C-3PO I don't believe we need. We're at 5 resources. And Deidre draws Charged with Treason and Darth Nihilus. But this Charged with Treason does actual nothing right now, so I think we have to put it down because I do kind of want to curve into other stuff. So here, I believe I think I just want to have Daro Commando take out the assassin droid and trample over for 1. Overwhelm. Go to 4 here. This goes away. All of these cards vanish. I think the right thing to do here is I will attack with the Screeching TIE Fighter, remove Restore from BMO. B2 Emo, I don't know. Who will? I don't know. I guess I'll just play Covert Operative and steal this A-Wing. And now Deidre looks at that and says, I'll play Political Bully. I do control another official unit, so I'll put 2 damage on the operative. Leia's got 1 resource available, so we'll use that to pump by revealing Retaliation. And this gets something there, and so now Deidre has options on where to attack. It's all kind of bad. So we're going to just attack BMO. Get our damage. And here I believe Leia is just going to claim again. And then Deidre will pass. So Leia draws Senate Warden and Taylander Shuttle. I do like the Shuttle. The Warden I don't think we need. Pardon me. And then over here we're drawing the Elite Squad and Let's Call It War. I don't think we're going to have the initiative too well, and I think we're just slamming rares. So I think the Let's Call It War gets resourced, and we're just going to start slamming some big stuff. So for Leia's first action here, we do control some damaged units, so I think we'll play the Arc 170 and just eat the Screeching TIE Fighter. Deal 2 damage to it. And Deidre will use this opportunity to kill BMO, who's done quite a bit of work this game, I think. Covert Operative still hanging out. And then Leia's going to deploy, plot out Jar Jar, who gets replaced with a beloved Orator. And Jar Jar's going to pump Covert Operative, I think. Let's see why not. And Deidre will use the Political Bully. He'll clear Jar Jar. Take 2 back. Leia's going to attack the Political Bully. It deals 2 back to Leia, and she'll put an experience on this covert operative. And then Deidre's going to play Republic Warwalker. And covert operative is going to, I think, clean up the Deidre leader. Or he's got 6 power right now. He's got 6 power, so yeah, he's just going to crash into that Warwalker. I don't care about any of that. Sure, this A-Wing comes back, and Deidre gets to claim, but this board is just very good for Leia not knowing hands. But we're going to draw Clandestine Connections and Warrior of Clan Ordo. I think we'll lose the connections here. Well, I'll lose the Warrior. It's more likely we just want to put an upgrade on one of our big things. Over here we draw Donnelly Pilgrim and Nimble Prowess. I think we can lose the Pilgrim. So we're on 7 here. Okay, so Nihilus has some riders that make this a little bit more complicated. But I think we just have to put the A-Wing into the Arc 170 to do this, to make sure that we have a tie for Deidre at least. And I would be suspicious of this as the Leia player. I would be thinking a ping is going to come down or something on the Arc 170, so I would just attack base. And I think that is correct here because Nihilus is going to come down, but I think Deidre will get her damage in first. Bring Leia to 13. Leia's going to attack base, I think, for 4. And put an experience on the Arc 170 to protect it from said ping. So this gets... Okay, I bungled this then. So, whatever. Darth Nihilus is coming down. That's a mighty wind out there. Darth Nihilus comes down, I guess eats Dedra. Whatever. Deals 3 damage to the unit with the least remaining HP among other units. And it was a non-vehicle unit, so he does get an experience and go to a 7/7. Here, I believe... Because he's a 7 right now? No. Well, yeah, he is a 7. So I think we just run out Mon Mothma. And... I can run Leia in to do 5 damage to Nihilus, but I don't think that's right. I think I'm just playing a 5/8 with Restore 3. Because it survives a Nihilus attack. And Deidre will claim here. And then we're passing. Deidre draws Undercover Operation. And Audex Starfighter. Here I do think I can lose the Clandestine Connection. Well, yeah, I think so. We gotta try to stitch something together here. So we're on 8. And over here we draw Donny Pilgrim and Populist Advisor. Again, we lose the Pilgrim. If it's after turn 1, that's just not really when we want it, basically. But it's nice to have the option. Okay, what are we doing here with Nihilus? I think he goes base, right? He attacks base for 7 and gobbles up the Arc 170, but gains no experience from this matter. And then, guess to keep it simple, Leia is just going to retaliation, kill Nihilus after going base. Deidre will play the Elite Squad. And when played, I can deal 2 damage to a unique unit. So do I want to put this on Leia or Mothma? I think we put it on Mothma, because that way it dies if it attacks the Elite Squad. I guess Leia will play the Taylander shuttle here. Deidre will claim, and I think I've got enough fear here that I just want to have Leia throw everything into the Elite Squad, or reveal Populist Advisor to put an experience on... Now, hold on a second. Let's think this through, actually. Let's be more precise. Leia's... I guess I can't do this to a way to have Mon Mothma survive, because if I attack with Leia, I don't get enough power on Mon Mothma, and if I attack Leia into here with Grit, this becomes enough. So yeah, okay. I do have to... I am choosing to chuck everything into the void here, so... Leia will attack the Elite Squad, put a counter on Taylander Shuttle with Nimble Prowess. This takes 4. It's a 10 whatever. Mon Mothma will attack into it. They will trade. And I will restore 3. And now the board is even and I have a Taylander Shuttle. And that's probably just a pretty good place to be. Deidre has it, the initiative, and we'll draw. We're sitting here on 8. We have things in... I think we'll just keep this... Yeah, we'll keep all that. Or... No, we can get rid of the Oryx Starfighter in favor of a Deidre activation. And we can go like FN Trooper plus Astromech, play, activate Deidre. And over here, Leia's drawing Populist Champion and Theed Security. So we will not resource either, because we're also on 8. And that is exactly 8 resources of things to do. The Bo-Katan was resourced 18,000 years ago, so that's fine. So we'll start with the Unruly Astromech. I'll play Populist Champion. FN Trooper Corps comes down, puts an experience on the Astromech. Theed Security comes into play. It has an experience because of this experience. And where does that one go, you might ask? I think it goes onto the Populist Champion. Yeah. Then Deidre's going to ask me about dealing damage to the shuttle. And I think I'll just put the damage on there because it's got 3 health left. Then I'm going to... So this is 5 of what I've used so far. Then I'll pay 1 with Leia, reveal Nimble Prowess, put an experience on Theed Security, or... No, I'll put it on the Taylander Shuttle with Nimble Prowess. Deidre claims, I don't think I'll play the Nimble Prowess, but I will play the Populist Advisor. Attack for 4. And then pass. Deidre draws Trade Federation Delegates and Undercover Operation. We're on 9, so these are all fine cards, I believe. And we're unflooping everything. And over here, Leia draws Charged with Corruption and Chandlerland Sponsor. Charged with Corruption, not looking great in this spot, I'll tell you what. I have put some respect on it and constructed, but perhaps it's not limited where I need to respect it. So Deidre, what is the fear here? Unruly Astromech is the card that gets dealt with immediately, so... well, I also want it to die because then I get value out of it. So yeah, I think I'm supposed to attack with the Trooper Core. Go to 21 on base versus 16. I do not have lethal in play, so that's not something that Leia is interested in doing right now. And this is a little bit awkward, but I think I'm just going to go Nimble Prowess on the champion and exhaust the Unruly Astromech. I think I kind of have to play the Trade Federation delegates here. Comes with a bunch of spies. To which we will make use of Charged with Espionage to use Leia's ability, give an experience token to Populist Advisor, so now it's going to be a problem for all these spies. This is 5. Then I'll play Academy Disciplinarian, damage a spy, and ready it. Theed Security is just going to kill that one that was manufactured. And Deidre will ask the question about, I guess, Populist Advisor. Does this one want to take 2 damage? And I think you just put the damage on it. Try to keep from drawing, although like drawing out is kind of an interesting kill condition in and of itself here. And so now Leia has a bunch of decisions to make. Populist Advisor is going to kill a spy token here. Deidre claims. Leia's going to attack for 4 in space. Go up to 20. Populist Advisor will kill the unruly, it will kill FN Trooper. Take 4 back. And then play a Chandrillin Sponsor, and then pass. Draw another FN Trooper and Inspiring Senator. Continue to use all of our resources here for Deidre, which is pretty impressive. This format's pretty awesome and grindy. Leia, I mean, you're probably not resourcing anything here. I guess I'm resourcing. No, there's no need. But I've got the Umbaran Royal Cannon and Raxian Assembly. Can't turn on Charge with Murder, but that's okay. Or Charge with Corruption. Alright, so Deidre has the initiative. And there's 2 damage on the Populist Advisor, so we've got a bunch of ways to kill it. I think we just have to start with getting our 4 damage onto base, though. And go to 25. And so here, I think the Populist Champion with 5 power is going to come in and kill. I guess Academy Disciplinarian. I don't think it really matters. And conclude its work on this board. Running out of dice and tokens here. This is pretty silly. So the Trade Federation delegation comes in and will finish off the Populist delegate or advisor that is now a Sentinel. And he takes 2 back. Interesting. I think Chandrillin Sponsor is just going to trade with the delegates here. Restore 2. Go to 23. FN Trooper's going to come in and put an experience on the Unruly Astromech. For 5. We'll play the Umbaran Mobile Cannon. So we're at 23. Dedra's gonna undercover operation and ready a unit that was played this phase, so that's the FN Trooper. Does not cost 3 or less, so he will not make a spy token. This is pretty scary, so we do have the opportunity for at least one attack, though. So we'll hit for 4, go to 24, and present lethal. So now Deidre has to claim or die to this mobile cannon, right? So I guess she claims. Maybe that was a bad thing to play the undercover operation then, because I didn't realize we were this dead on board. Yeah, so she claims because there's no other option, right? And Theed Security is going to bring 2 more damage across the table, make so that's lethal too. So we really got to have something special here. And yeah, she'll draw Sneaking Suspicion and AAT Incinerator. That's not going to do it. Over here we draw Unveiled Might and Diplomatic Envoy. So, yeah, I've got 5 damage here from Deidre, so I can't do it, though, because I can attack into the Umbaran Mobile Cannon, and even though I wouldn't damage it, I could exhaust it, but that's, I can't then exhaust the space unit as well, so Leia Green gets this one, and that deck continues to look really good. Was there anything else here that I would have gotten it? I don't think so. Yeah, no. This Deidre deck's fun though. I am loving what this deck is doing, basically with commons and a few. Well, let's not front about the Elite Squad and Darth Nihilus were both pretty good there, but the rest of this deck is like basically commons and is actually looking pretty good. So as much as I've kind of been naysaying the villainy decks, this is not a bad way to do it. All right, round number 6 here. We got the Leia deck that's doing great versus Cassian. It's for Leia, evens for Cassian, and Cassian gets the go ahead. That goes there. So Leia was able to beat out the Dedra yellow deck, so we'll see how Cassian does as a heroic version of that. I don't think we'll need this arrest. We've got a curve of Zenua, Shadow Fighter, Valiant Commando, Lone Shark, and Delight Maker, so that sounds pretty great to me. So Valiant Commando is a pretty underwhelming 3-drop here, but it'll be fine, I guess. And for Leia, we get Senate Warden, Populist Champion, Populist Advisor, Taylander Shuttle, Diplomatic Envoy, and Chandrillin Sponsor. So everything we really want to do for the early game. So I'm kind of most interested in the Populist Advisor, Populist Champion, and Taylander Shuttle. So which of these do I want over here instead? Taylander Shuttle holding this for a little bit lets me disclose a bunch, which helps, so I don't really need to keep a card in hand to be using for disclose fodder. So I think I will keep the Senate Warden then, because that's the most likely to generate some value, as opposed to the health or the well, The Restore is probably better on this Chandralin sponsor. Because we're looking at Cassian yellow. Red-yellow, probably a deck that's going to be threatening us rather quickly. So, yeah, sponsor's probably better. Alright, so Cassian starts off with the Shadow Fighter, and just probably in an attempt to race, well, lead with the Chandralin sponsor. And Cassian will claim, draw Contraband, Starhopper, and Crosshair. Both of those are kind of worse than Valiant Commando, so we're not really going to do them this turn, but I think we can put down the Loan Shark and have a good opportunity to go double 2-drop on the 4 turn, and maybe that's a good way to go. And Leia draws Daro Commando and Beloved Orator. Not super certain what to do on this one. We've got 4 3-drops. I guess it's probably just Daro Commando, right? Like, it's just worse than Populist Champion, and we don't need 2 of that effect. Cool. So Cassian, yeah, I do think out of... Well, you're not really getting ambushed in space. There's no blue leader going on here, so maybe you do actually slow play this attack. And with that in mind, do you just play the Valiant Commando? I think so. That's the only other real option. And here, I guess Leia will play the Taylander Shuttle. 2/4 space unit actually poses quite a bit of a problem here. And if Cassian attacks, it just gets healed immediately by the sponsor. And you don't want to give up initiative and then just get immediately eaten and create a spy token. So I do think you have to claim aggressively here with Cassian with Sucks. And then the sponsor will just attack 2 to base, which is pretty free. I don't think you want to be attacking into the commandos. I think you want to make Cassian waste the actions on that. Cassian's going to draw Rebellious Functionary and Rebel Pathfinder. I think we can let Rebel Pathfinder go. The Functionary has some value as the game goes on by just not being able to be killed on entry. Another Chandralin sponsor and B2 Emo are the draws. I don't think we want 2 sponsors. That's a lot of Restore, and it's a very... Well, how different is that from B2, though, right? Yeah. B2 costs 1 resource, though. We'll find use for them, but I don't really see myself wanting either of those cards particularly long. Maybe one of them, and I think B2 is more likely the one that will slip into play. So here, Cassian, I think, just has to start with put 2 to base to protect the Shadow Fighter, and we don't have anything to disclose onto the Chandralin sponsor. That's not great. So I guess we'll play the Populist Champion. Start to develop the ground. And over here, Cassian will play Contraband Starhopper. This one survives a Taylander Shuttle attack. Well, is Leia going to disclose here, or just... Because the only disclose we have is reveal and put it on the shuttle. And yeah, that's actually probably pretty good here. So we'll reveal B2 Emo. Put an experience on the shuttle here. Then Valiant Commando is going to hit the base. Taylander Shuttle will kill the thing that it can kill as it comes into play. We do not have the initiative there. And then Cassian will play Crosshair. And Chandralin's sponsor will put 2 damage on Crosshair. 2 and 2, and then restore 2 down to 3. And Cassian will claim. And Leia's passing. Rebellious Functionary and A-Wing are the draws. Probably a Functionary, as we just try to have a space dominance based on this Light Maker. Bar and Mobile Cannon and Charge with Corruption are both nice ones. But Charge with Corruption, we've only got one green card in hand. I don't know if I want to hold on to it. I think I can let the Populist Advisor go. And so Cassian's going to be losing something here. So what is the one that we don't want to have happen? I think we might want to let the Shadow Fighter die, because if we incentivize, if Cassian incentivizes Leia to not make a decision, or like if we attack with the Shadow Fighter, that means that Leia can't clear it with that, so the Tailender shuttle is just going to be sitting around for a while, and the longer it sits around, the more Leia can wait and decide, okay, she'll put a counter on it, and then the Lightmaker will be dead on entry. So Cassian doesn't want Leia to disclose onto the shuttle. So how can he sequence his play to prevent that from happening? I think that means letting it go sooner than later. So, I don't, and so then the question is, which of the attacks on the ground is going to be better? And I think that Leia's going to be able to clear anything as much as she wants to, so I think we'll just have Crosshair attack for 4 and put the 2 damage on Valiant Commando, because I think if the sponsor attacks into that, I think that's reasonably fine for us, and I think Leia's pretty happy to do that. Restore 2 down to 5. I guess we don't really have that many great options to stall, so now, as much as I wanted to stall further, I think we're just going to have the Shadow Fighter attack. And so now it's an interesting question of how you do the stalling here, like where. But I think Cassian just has to kind of grin and bear it here and throw the Lightmaker down, because we don't have good other options to stall this out. And so now Leia will reveal the B2, disclose, and put a counter on the shuttle. Cassian claims. Shuttle's going to run into Lightmaker. Or no. Populist Champion will attack the base. Then the shuttle's going to run into Lightmaker. Take 3 back, go to 5, and it's just really disastrous for Cassian now, because the shuttle's still going. And Leia's got 4 resources, which she's going to spend playing Beloved Orator and B2 emo, and then passing. So Cassian will draw Ambition's Reward and Unruly Astromech. I think we'll lose the Rebellious Functionary. And Leia is drawing Jar Jar Binks and Covert Operative. I think we're okay with having Jar Jar be... Well, this Charge with Corruption is not really doing anything here, and we got the board well in hand, so I think we can just... and we're probably playing the Mobile Cannon. That's a really impactful card to get in play, so we're not really looking to plot with Leia, I don't believe. Alright, so what can Cassian do here? I think he's got to just clear the shuttle, because it's going to be getting to be too much damage on base, and we're going to start maybe losing the initiative here. And so then Leia's going to take this opportunity, trade. I forgot to make a spy token for the Beloved Orator. which is relevant here because then the spy just trades in. Now let me back that up. Oh crap! Back it up. Okay, this Tailender shuttle had 5 damage on it. The spy is actually quite relevant here because now there's some merit to Crosshair just killing the spy, and I think that is what's going to happen instead here. And now I think Leia, knowing how Leia's deck is built, we just have so much inevitability. I think you're just okay making the trade up in space. Tailender shuttle falls to the ground. Comes back to the discard pile. And now Cassian gets to deploy kind of safely. We don't have double heroic to disclose with B2. So that kind of stinks. But I think Beloved Orator is going to run into Crosshair. Can't really stop Cassian here. And then Cassian's going to... No, I'm not sure Ambition's Reward is going on A-Wing. Or on Cassian. It might be going on the A-Wing. So I think Cassian's just going to slam for 6. And Leia's going to deploy. Play the A-Wing. B2 will attack base and restore 1. Cassian will play Ambition's Reward, make the spy, no, we got to slow roll that a little bit. We'll play the Unruly Astromech. There we go. Which Leia is rather unincentivized to attack. I think she'll play the mobile cannon, try to get that online as soon as possible. And now Cassian, I think, is faced with a harder choice of getting this reward or claiming, but I think you just claim here. Now it's a little too risky. And I don't think Leia wanted to claim before because I think getting the deploy and getting the mobile cannon in play are kind of important. So maybe that B2 emo attack was bad. I'm not sure. So Cassian claims here. What does Leia do about all of this? I think she's just going to attack base, reveal Jar Jar Binks, and put a counter on herself and go to 10 here. And then Populous Champion will run into the Astromech, take 3 back, and then pass. Drawing Sakatro and Strike Force X-Wing. I think we can lose Ambition's Reward because both of these are cards that we want to play pretty aggressively this turn. And over here, Leia is drawing Theed Security and Heroic Arc 170, which are both just like kind of backbreaking here. And Theed Security can go down in favor of as the 7th resource. So Cassian, I think, just keeps it simple. Does 6 damage to base right off rip. Leia, throw down the Heroic Arc 170. We've got the Populous Champion damage, so the A-Wing just bites the dust. And rather shamefully, I guess now you play the Strike Force X-Wing, kill the Populous Champion, but I don't think you play around Heroic Arc 170. I think you still want your 6 damage on base with Cassian rather aggressively before a Sentinel shows up. That's 4. What else do we have going on? So, we still don't have double heroic for that, but I think that's still like the right sequence that we do to save on life. So Leia, I think, attacks the base again for 6 now by keeping Jar Jar revealed. Cassian's gonna play. Is Cassian gonna play Sakatro? Or do we just claim? I guess just keep claiming. I guess Leia's kind of messing this one up, and we gotta claim aggressively to kill Cassian at some point. So maybe that Leia attack was bad, but Cassian's already claimed, so we're kind of in this one now, and I guess we'll play Jar Jar. Give the mobile cannon +2/+2, and then attack for 9 on base. And I guess this isn't really that bad, because now we're threatening lethal. And then B2 also gets in there, restores 1. So now Cassian has to draw something really great. Outer Rim Constable and Hunter are not going to do it, I don't think. Spend a few seconds thinking about it here, but yeah, Raxian Assembly doesn't affect this board, so it just goes away. But yeah, Cassian does not have 13 points of damage in 1 action, and Leia does. So yeah, so Leia gets it. That was weird. I don't know. I feel weird about that game. But I think that's also like, was this the one I said earlier? Maybe that was the last video, but like Cassian kind of struggles in this environment because you've got a little bit more of the will they won't they aspect of like, yeah, if your opponent does this, then you do this. But if you like trying to map out those decision trees for both players to execute them somewhat effectively is like, maybe that's just more of a mental load that I'm not quite familiar with yet. Good news is Cassian is a rare, so it's like not that likely that we have to think about that for the limited PQ, but certainly being somewhat familiar with his play patterns, and that is kind of my understanding, is that like that's the strength of Cassian as a leader, is not that, oh, he just like gets to go completely unbridled forever. It's that you force your opponent to have like a really awkward like 6 or 7 resource turn where they have to claim very aggressively and to kill him to prevent themselves from taking another 6. And I am not super familiar with building decks and constructing game states to get to that point where like that's your checkmate. I think it's doable. It's like way easier when you have cards like Cinta, where you're just like, oh well, this kind of makes it easy for you. But I question like the rest of my construction of that deck with that in mind. So yeah, we'll see what we got up next. Our next is Luthen. All right, here's round 7. 7, can I count? I think so. Leia Green going for the 3 or the 4-0 here, and see if Luthen can play spoiler. Leia odds, Luthen evens. And that's odds, so Leia gets it. Gets Chandralin Sponsor, Mon Mothma, Splash, Junior Senator, Nimble Prowess, and the mobile cannon. I think Mothma is just too late to hold on to here. And Junior Senator is not terribly exciting in this hand because we're pretty okay. Like if we want to hold the mobile cannon and go like turn 1 Sponsor, then like turn 2 Theed Security plus Buffett or Nimble Prowess in that mix, I feel like that's just a reasonable opening sequence. For Luthen, we've got Warrior of Clan Ordo, so I'm basically keeping the hand no matter what. Kind of a bad habit I have for limited where it's just like any 2-drop, I'll keep it. Not any 2-drop, but if I go 2-3, like in limited, that's just like I'll keep almost any hand that does that basically. Oh, good, the hiccups. Here, again, we've got a splashed junior senator, but I think just going 2, 3, 4 with our best commons is going to be the way to go. And Rebel Pathfinder, far worse than Warrior Clan Ordo, and the junior senator is just more of a late game card, and I think we need to be a touch more aggressive in this strategy. So, Leia in the blind here, we're just going to try to milk the value. Start off with Chandril and Sponsor. And Luthen got Warrior of Clan Ordo, and Leia claims. Draw Covert Operative and Captain Rex, so Luthen's basically already dead. And Rex is just going to be better than the mobile cannon, I think. But can we milk this? Can we do both? Can we lose Covert Operative? I think we can lose Covert Operative. We're beating up the 2-drops pretty well here. Yeah, that makes way more sense. I'm sorry. That's better. Over here we draw Grassroots Resistance and Rebel Pathfinder. I really just don't like Rebel Pathfinder, to be honest. But we need some. Yeah, we can't be. We're not likely doing 2 Grassroots Resistances and winning that game. So here Leia is just extremely happy to start off with Nimble Prowess because I can't trigger Disclose on the sponsor, but we'll just tap the Warrior of Clan Ordo. And here's an interesting spot, I think, for Luthen, but probably not that interesting. I think you probably just have to Beguile here, return the sponsor to hand, set back some tempo. 3 resources for 3 resources is like reasonable. You're not even down a card necessarily through the Nimble Prowess. And so here I think now we go Theed Security and try to Disclose to work on this Warrior of Clan Ordo. And then Luthen's going to claim. And draw Ando Commission and Darrow Commando. Neither of those really exciting for this turn. But I think Ando Commission is probably the least exciting. Sentinel is good, but the stat line on that is not, I think, where we need to be. Then Leia draws Unveiled Might and Diplomatic Envoy. I think we can resource the Unveiled Might because we just need to get a dude in play this turn. But that can also set up the Disclose for... So presumably Warrior of Clan Ordo is attacking first action. And we could set up Diplomatic Envoy plus the Disclose here to have Chandril and Sponsor immediately strike in and kill the Warrior of Clan Ordo. The thing is, I just don't think the game's that bad, right? Like, we can just play both of these this turn, and like we're still at full health. With Rex, with Embar and Mobile like we're just not that far behind. If at all. Or we are or Leia is behind here because the Theed Security is dying immediately and Republic Oryx Starfighter gets revealed. So I think Leia plays the Chandril and Sponsor. And Luthen, I think, kind of walks into the wrong thing here, but just by virtue of like being afraid and not wanting to just play a 3-drop because either 3-drop still kind of gets hosed by Chandril and Sponsor becoming a 3/4. I think you just play the Grassroots Resistance to kill it, even though we can't heal from the base at all. There's like no value in that. But I think that actually ends up being pretty good here because then Leia just plays Diplomatic Envoy and Luthen claims, and we carry on. Luthen draws Queen Amidala and Naboo Security Force. So, yeah, Darrow Commander, you can get out of here. Rebel Pathfinder might represent some damage later. But oh goodness, we're gonna have a Queen Amidala game. That's unfortunate. And Daro Commando and Raxian Assembly are the draws for Leia. And I think we might have a rare Raxian Assembly entry point. It's going to get on the table. He never does anything. He never will do anything. But he's going to be on the table here. So, what does Luthen want to do? I did not resource any plot cards. I've been diligent about having those face up, as I like to do in my personal testing. Because my brain is small. And I have to have a hard time remembering these things. How do we want to do this? Just start with an attack on the base with Warrior of Clan Ordo. Reveal the Starfighter. Deal 3. Leia will just drop the assembly in there so that they have the opportunity to respond to as much as they want to. And then Queen Amidala comes down. 2 spy friends. Not a whole lot of officials going on, but we do have a Naboo card in hand, and that part might matter. Leia here is screaming at the table, but Luthen hasn't deployed yet, so the attack with the diplomatic envoy is like pretty safe here. And then Luthen will deploy, and the Leia will claim. Luthen, I think, just hits base here for 2, because any attack that Raxian Assembly tries to do here is largely going to go poorly. So, all right, so Leia's going to draw B2 Emo. Calling it BMO, I don't know why. Well, I know why, I'm just cutting out the 2. But, This Arc 170 is kind of interesting here because this Rex is going to be pretty good at getting damage on himself. I don't think BMO is going to do it. I think that's just a little too slow. And again, oh no, I did miss the plot card over here, the Unveiled Might. I don't think changes are planned here. Plot upgrades continue to underwhelm me. But also they're like so good. But I don't know. And over here, because Luthen still gets to draw cards, we can draw Gonk and Contraband Starfighter, and Gonk Droid can just get out of my sight. It's not that the upgrades are bad, it's just, I don't know. Like, Unveiled Might, that's like most of your turn. And I don't know that the leaders themselves are impactful enough to warrant that. Like a Leia here is really impactful. And like keeping her alive longer is in my interest. But I'm also just trying not to die. And so when I'm trying not to die, I need to be playing my big splashy cards and not being super small with my card advantage. I need to get this Rex into play, right? So, like, protecting Leia is not gonna be the best course of this turn ever, right? Like, I'm playing my 6-drop. And so I think that might be a difference in Legends of the Force to Secrets of Power, where, like, some of these there's more good stabilizing cards at the top end to make it worthwhile to not be plotting. But I don't know. That's a weird thing. Like, I can see it for other decks maybe better, like that first Leia yellow deck. We're like, okay, Emissaries of Ryloth was like kind of our thing on 5 resources to stabilize the board. So like when that's your curve, like that deck was way more looking to have like some Sneaking Suspicions to pump up Leia. I think that would have functioned way better in that. But I think there's more cards like Umbaran Mobile Cannon, like Heroic Arc 170, which can help stabilize you meaningfully in a contested board. And the plot cards lose a lot of equity that way. They're still so free to put in your deck. So I'm not saying don't play them. I'm just like, I'm finding that in a lot of these games, I'm not plotting. and I think that's like pretty okay. So, sorry, that was a really long-winded tangent. I've drawn cards, I've readied up. What does Leia start with here? We've got this Raxian assembly. What's he going to do? I don't want to disclose because I need to get my 6-drop in play. I want to attack to try to stem this bleeding. Do I just attack a spy token? I think I just attack a spy token. That seems like the best course to me. Spy goes away. Don't have a green card to disclose with Naboo Security Force here. But I think the spy is just going to hit base for 7. Then we deploy Rex, and we just kind of live with the consequences. So he's going to give himself Sentinel. He always gives himself Sentinel. Sorry. I wondered if I could give Raxian Assembling. That'd be interesting. Who over here is getting Sentinel? So if when Leia deploys and attacks, I'm going to flip the Unveiled Might because now I know we're not plotting this turn. When Leia deploys and attacks, who are we attacking? And it's probably this spy token, I think. So, yeah, we'll do that. I think Luthen is just gonna get the Warrior of Clan Ordo into base for 3, reveal the Oryx Starfighter, decline to take damage. No, wait, no, that's literally, I can't do that. That was the whole point of playing Rex, is we got a Sentinel. My apologies. Okay. Rethinking now. This is actually a skosh awkward. But I think, yeah, the Warrior is going to run into Rex, give him 3 damage, reveal the Oryx Starfighter. That's been in hand the whole time. Leia will deploy, and Queen Amidala is going to hit Rex, have the spy token take the damage, and now Rex is down. Leia is going to take this opportunity to kill Queen Amidala. Reveal Heroic Arc 170, I guess. Give an experience to Raxian Assembly because now it can 1-tap Luthen. Queen Amidala goes away. Leia takes 5. I think Luthen is pretty okay mopping up Leia here. He takes 4 back. The Envoy gets in for free because Luthen still hasn't spent any resources. And then what do? We can just go big and just throw our Naboo Security Force down, but our board's kind of been managed, so we've also got this option to like shift to space, but it kind of all falls apart. Well, it doesn't. I think we are going to shift to space here. Deploy these 2 and Leia claims. So Leia can disclose onto one of these, but it's Luthen. If Leia does that first, then Luthen gets to attack in, or one of these things gets to attack in to this 3/3, and then use Luthen's ability to trade up. So it's fine. So Leia draws Renewed Friendship and Chandrillin Sponsor, and now we just non-surreptitiously look at the discard pile. Really, it's just Rex and some Garbo 2-drops, but Rex is a heck of a card. We are going to have this damaged Heroic 170 here, but I think we'll lose the Chandrillin Sponsor. We basically have one in the discard if we need it with this renewed friendship, but more than likely just like getting Rex back on a later turn's gonna seal the deal. So we're drawing here, and Luthen draws Shadow Crawler and Corellian Hounds. Shadow Crawler is unfortunate here because it's not gonna get in meaningfully, but because the Raxian Assembly has 7 health, or 7 power and 6 health, so it's just a trade. However, that's better than what Naboo Security Force is doing, so I think that one's going to the discard pile while we stay on 7 resources. So what would Leia be doing here? Do we just accept that the envoy gets taken out here? I think so, because then the ARC 170 kind of cleans that up if it wants to. So we use the Raxian Assembly, clear Luthen, take 2 damage back. Now the question for the Luthen player is, do you even care at all about this envoy, or do you just get in there? And I think you do care, especially because on the surface, killing this is great for you because now you get grit on your RX Starfighter. But here I think Leia can get a little greedy, play the mobile cannon, and for 6, and now can kind of claim, because Luthen hasn't used any of his resources yet, so like he's not going to do anything, right? And he's going to attack, he's going to use these, so like you can get this into play and still have the effect of the ARC 170 as your first action next turn, which is pretty great. And actually set up this renewed friendship into Rex to be pretty meaningful. So Luthen here, I think you just start off with an attack for 2. I think you just keep it simple here with Leia. Your board is already great, so you just claim. Like don't try to get too cheesy with it and disclose here, although like the disclose is free. So what do you do as Luthen here? Because this is all bad, right? Like Shadow Crawler, there's 2 7 power units in place, so like it just gets eaten up either way, and there's no good way of getting around it. Like the Rebel Pathfinder doesn't help to trade up, and Leia's got the initiative now, so it's like you can't really cheese anything with that. So I think you just play Shadow Crawler, and this I think is the most like effective aggressive option, because now like your first action for the turn as Luthen, you're either dealing 4 damage or dealing 6 damage, and that's like probably pretty okay. So Leia's claimed and is going to draw Covert Operative and Charge with Corruption, but we're just getting our hand empty, so Charge with Corruption is going to go away. Possibly, I'm learning, just shouldn't really be in the deck. And I'm not saying it's a bad card. It might be that this deck is too blue heavy and not green heavy enough for it, but I think it might be more of a constructed thing. Okay, Alexander Callus is real-ish. Yeah, I think we just stay on 7, because we can either go like Corellian Hounds plus Pathfinder, or well, no, let's get rid of Rebel Pathfinder, because we're probably either Sudden Ferocity plus Corellian Hounds or Alexander Karras, and we'll figure it out. Yeah, okay. So Leia, what do you do with the first action here? I think relatively easy. You don't want to take 6 damage, so you just attack for free, clear with the Umbar and Mobile Cannon. And you've taken 1 instance of damage this phase. So for Luthen here, now I think you just attack for 4. And I think over here we might just get really passive, get this covert operative and snag the collection starfighter, just make things even worse for Luthen. So now the sudden ferocity is not going to do anything. Plus the Corellian Hounds. The Hounds is good against everything except your opponent claiming. So I think we'll play Callus and then try to deal 2 to each enemy ground unit, which is... that's something. To which I think Raxian Assembly is happy to trade off with and just keep the board more clear. Luthen claims here. Arc 170 comes down and nukes the starfighter, and there's really no hope for Luthen at this point, as the covert operative has captured one of the things. Umbar and Mobile Cannon sitting here with protection up. Both arenas have units in them. We'll play it out, I guess. But you draw Sudden Ferocity and Corellian Hounds. I guess not resource anything. And then over here we draw Populist Advisor and C3PO. I'm gonna be honest, people. I do not want to play this one out. It's just so over. It's so over. Like there's 13 power in play. Like it's just a 2-turn clock basically with C3PO. And renewed friendship. Yeah. Luthen's just out of here, and that's okay. Yeah, whatever. Luthen loses. It's fine. It's fine. Leia's 4-0. This deck is kind of cracked. Obviously, rares are good. But what I will say is interesting there. Rex beat Padme pretty cleanly. Obviously, the rest of the Luthen deck is not as good as what's going on over here. It's Rex into Umbar and Mobile Cannon that destroyed that game. And so that's good to... I mean, that's kind of how limited goes, right? If your opponent has one busted card, you can frequently throw a bit into it. And this is true for Magic as well, which is more, again, of my competitive history. You can absolutely defeat your opponent having a bomb. It's the second bomb. That's the one where it's not every pool gets a second bomb, but every pool is somewhat likely to have one really good above average card. Largely speaking, that's just pure vibes, not statistics based analysis. But yeah. So, and yeah, I think that's how it went for Leia there. It was the second bomb that won, not the Rex itself. But Umbar and Mobile Cannon, that's a gross card. But yeah, Leia's 4-0. Let's keep the ball rolling. Okay, here we go. The yellow-red hero versus villain. You've got Deidre for odds, Cassian for evens. Deidre gets it. So both of these decks are not doing amazing, but there's going to be a winner here, no matter what. All right, so Sneaking Suspicion is a fine resource here as a plot. So then it's, what do we want our first turn to be? I think we probably want it to be Probe Droid, not Reckless Rebel plus Activate. I think I'm okay sending the Starfighter here because I feel like that's going to be a little harder to set up. I don't want to try to come out here on the ground. Cassian gets Rebellious Functionary, Rebel Pathfinder, Vel Sartha, Ambition's Reward, Zeton Maj. Excuse me. And Strike Force X-Wing. So the X-Wing can be a resource. I don't know if I want to keep this hand. We're just missing something to do on turn 3, right? Is Ambition's Reward enough to do on turn 2, or the 2 resources? I think it might be. So let's try. So Deidre plays Viper Probe Droid, See the Goods. Cassian plays Rebel Pathfinder, Deidre claims, and then we're moving on. Draws Academy Disciplinarian, and clandestine connections. I think we can lose the connections here because there's some value in having this reckless rebel in hand for charge with treason. And I think we're probably just playing the disciplinarian. Over here we draw a hunter and unruly astromech. So that's nice. We got there on a 3-drop. We very easily resource the seeking ambition's reward. So we've got a 3, 4, 5, 6 curve here, and now this Strike Horse X-Wing is kind of getting left in the dust. But Deidre goes base for 3. Cassian makes the trade because the race does not favor him, both being at 6 resources versus a 4 flip leader, and 2 is a smaller number than 3. Deidre will play Academy Disciplinarian, and then we'll run out the Unruly Astromech, and then pass. Deidre draws Screeching TIE Fighter and FN Trooper Corps. I think we can let Charge with Treason go now, because that's just not coming together for this turn, nor does it look like next turn. So over here we're drawing Skyhopper Canyon Runner and Rebellious Functionary, neither of which we really want to do. So I think the Canyon Runner goes away despite being 1 more point per cost. And what's Academy Disciplinarian going to start with? I think just 3 to base. Go to 6. And here Cassian will play Zeton Maj. And so now what does Dedger want to do? I've kind of set it up to be dumping out a lot of cards here, but I think we'll just pay 1 because we have kind of a forced action here, which is useful. Like when you get to do that with Deidre, that's like pretty. I mean, when you get to do that with any leader, that's good, but like it's kind of hard to do with Deidre. And so here you can look at the Unruly Astromech and say, do you want to take 2 damage or let me draw a card? And I think it'd be pretty poor value to lose the Astromech here. So I think you just got to let Deidre draw the card from Cassian's side. We get Undercover Operation. I think Cassian's going to pass. Can Deidre set anything up crazy here? I don't think so. So I think she will deploy. I've got the Sneaking Suspicion, or I can well, let's hold on. We're not We're going to play Screeching TIE first, because Screeching TIE is basically coming into play no matter what. It's, do we want a Reckless Rebel or a Sneaking Suspicion? And it's probably Sneaking Suspicion because we want to have Deidre turned on more often than not. So now Cassian will pass again. Now we'll play Deidre. Get the Sneaking Suspicion. The Unruly Astromech's going to tap Deidre pretty aggressively here, so we can just put the Suspicion up in space. Resource a Warrior of Clan Ordo. Cassian does that. This goes into Deidre, takes 3. Using the when defeated part of Unruly Astromech, and now Deidre will claim. And we're drawing A-Wing and Lightmaker over here. So we can let Rebellious Functionary go, because we're not really going super wide. Deidre draws, Political Bully and Unruly Astromech, which are both pretty nice here. So I think Undercover Operation goes away because we've got a lot to be spending our resources on for the foreseeable future. So what's Deidre going to do? There's not really a world where I survive this attack from Zeton Maj. So like FN Trooper Core to pump Deidre is not really great. We are up on cards right now, so I think you just take the 4 to base. And Zeton's going to come through, clear out the Academy Disciplinarian, try to stem the bleeding here. And this works out great for Deidre, who gets to play Political Bully, kill Zeton. Do, like, unironically at me with the pronunciation on these things I'm learning. Velsartha to try to stem the bleeding on the ground game. Like, I don't think Light Maker's really quite as impactful here. And then Deidre will play Reckless Rebel. Cassian claims and gets hit for 3 in the air by the Screeching TIE Fighter. And we're drawing Aggressive Negotiations and Valiant Commando. Don't believe the negotiations are going to be that aggressive here. And Deidre is drawing the Elite Squad and A-Wing. So I think I'll lose Unruly Astromech here because A-Wing goes well with these 5 drops. Alright, so what's Cassian want to start with here? It's all kind of bad, right? We don't really want to wait to make use of Velsartha's ability, so I think we just clear out Deidre, who is the most damage here and then represents additional problems if the number of cards in hand changes. So now Deidre's gonna hit base for 2. Go to 15. Cassian will deploy. We'll play FN Trooper Core, give an experience to the Shrieking TIE, who's now just shrieking even louder. Cassian's going to play Hunter. And Political Bully gets active. Brings Cassian up to 17. Cassian's got to start to try to get this under control, so I think he's going to attack FN Trooper Core, get 4 damage on him, and overwhelm for 1. And now Deidre has to ask the question, because we spent 5 right here. We spent 5 for the FN friend. Which is better? Is it better to claim and just kill Cassian, or attack for 4 and deploy the A-Wing? It is better on damage to do the attack now, because if you preserve one of these, that's only like +2 damage, and you're developing the A-Wing. Yeah, I think I like that. Attack for 4. Go to 21. Cassian claims. Deploy A-Wing and then pass. And over here, draw Sakatra, Vizago, and Lurking Snub Fighter. Valiant Commando remains on the bench. And we draw FN Trooper Core and Let's Call It War. And we're considering going up to 7 resources here, but we're still only playing 1 card a turn. So I think we can let the FN Trooper go here, despite the fact that it's like the most... It is 5 power, but I think the Trade Federation delegates, whereas Cassian has sort of this taller board, I think that's going to be more of the problem. So I think Cassian wants to start out with paying 5 for Lurking Snub Fighter and exhaust the Screeching TIE Fighter, because we just kind of got to get through some of this. Um, so then Reckless Rebel's going to attack base because Deidre wants the Cassian to attack the political bully and get the overwhelm or take less overwhelm if that's how you want to do it. And it's kind of the same versus Velsartha and Hunter if they want to attack with that. So, gosh, what's Cassian even doing here? Cassian does have 19 power in play. And 19 is a lot. But Deidre's only at 20, so that's not enough to like dump things into play and then get to one action lethal. So we still kind of have to deal with some of this. So I do think it'll be Cassian coming through on the political bully, taking 2 back and overwhelming for 3. Deidre's going to attack a base for 2 with the A-Wing. Cassian's going to play his own A-Wing. And Deidre will ask to either deal 2 damage to the A-Wing or draw a card. Which is unfortunate, but again, I think you just have to let her have the card here because you're struggling to keep the board intact. Hunter will kill the Reckless Rebel, take nothing back, and Deidre will throw down the Trade Federation delegates, make 2 spies. And now Deidre's used all of her resources, basically. So Cassian has to claim here because otherwise he dies, and he's more valuable than Velsartha. So draws a newest Shadow Fighter and Corellian Hounds. I don't think either of those are going to do it. Eight resources. And over here, Deidre's drawing Warrior of Clan Ordo and AAT Incinerator. We don't have the initiative, so these let's call it wars are just not for us right now. And yeah, Cassian's at 25. So like everything is 2 action lethal here, and we can't kill the lurking snub fighter or the screeching TIE fighter in space. So yeah, just no sentinels, no way to control this board. Too little, too late. 4 flip leader versus a 6 flip leader, I think, is really the turning point here. So yeah, Deidre gets it, and Cassian loses. So this is also good for me because like I don't want these videos to just be me saying I'm stupid or like, you know, deriding myself, but I do have bad habits too, as every person does, right? And I think one that we can see right now is I want to play these yellow, red, aggressive decks in this format, and I think this is a good way to get this out of my system. Granted, you can still open really good and have this as something to be thinking about, but the decks have not looked great here, I'll be honest with you. And I feel like there are some like better tools than I anticipated at first to slow the game down, and that'll counteract and serve and counterpoint to an earlier talking point where I was saying that the upgrades might not be as great in this format, where okay, they might not be, but if I am struggling to build these aggro decks to really get under the mid-range control, then it's less of an opinion and more of a fact that just like, yeah, the upgrades are good because they're free cards, and if you can get the game to go that long, like that's just going to be huge equity. And Leia, functioning exactly like Snoke did and very similar to Talzin. It's just like the longer you get them to stick around, the more value they generate. And that's just really useful. And there are some leaders like that, specifically Jabba and Leia, where, making them last longer is huge. Versus like Deidre, you're actually okay to like get her back in the leader zone and start working on things, activating her ability from there. So it's weird. This set's weird, but all sets are. That's what makes card games fun. I gotta stop rambling. We're playing the next one. All right, 2 rounds to go here. We've got Deidre trying to fight very hard for a 2-2, and we've got Luthen, also 1-1, I believe, if I can read correctly. I can read correctly. Odds are Deidre, evens for Luthen. Luthen gets it. Grassroots Resistance, 4-cost Junior Center, Warrior Clan Ordo, so I want to keep the hand no matter what. Contraband Starhopper and Shadow Crawler. I think Junior Senator's a lot more tantalizing in this matchup, and Shadow Crawler's way too late. Ando Commission. Ando Commission's probably better than Grassroots Resistance for lining up against Deidre specifically. So we'll start with that. And Deidre draws Republic Warwalker, Inspiring Senator, Charged with Treason, Sneaking Suspicion, Unruly Astromech, and another Seeking Suspicion. But there's no turn 1 play, so I think we just send that back. Don't really think too much about it. All right. Wow, I spent way too long in thought on that one. I'll try and cut that. I'm not going to lie to you. I was just thinking about Popper. And that's... I'm back. We're here now. We're playing the game. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. One thing at a time. All right. Republic Warwalker is a 6-cost. We're not really looking to wait that long. Double FN Trooper is like pretty sexy, and Warrior of Clan Ordo is great to start with. So, odd as it is, I think I might ship A-Wing here and try to just curve out this way. So Luthen 1, so he gets to start with Warrior of Clan Ordo, because that's just like one of the best things to be doing. And Deidre's gonna do the same thing, and Luthen will claim. Draw Scarskiff and Ferrix Uprising. Actually makes me okay to chuck the Junior Senator at this time. And over here we get Let's Call It War and Clandestine Connections. Connections is not really needed, and we get to go 3-3-1 with our Deidre curve here. So Luthen has to ask the question, is he the beatdown or is he the aggressor? And I think looking at this hand where you've got Starskiff, Ando Commission, and Ferrix Uprising, we are not the beatdown. And so I think we're going to trade in and reveal Contraband Starhopper. And then activate Luthen for the first time and deal 1 damage to a base. Incredible. Yeah, this guy is pretty underwhelming in Limited. These trades are hard to set up, and your opponent also just gets to see it coming. Deidre will then play Unruly Astromech, to which Luthen plays his Contraband Starhopper, and Deidre gets to claim. Drawing Beguile and 7 Ferocity over here. Ferocity is just a good resource for plot. Drawing the Elite Squad and Reckless Rebel. Elite Squad's a long way off, and we're going to dump our hand relatively quickly here, so I think Deidre's okay to let that go. So what is she going to do first? I think just hit the base for 3. And Luthen on 4 here is happy to play Ando Commission. Try to slow down the Dedra. And Dedra will just do a little open fire impression with the Ando Commission, paying 3 to deal 3. Luthen's going to hit for 2. Deidre will deploy. Luthen claims, and then play Reckless Rebel, and then hit for 2. Sequencing didn't matter there, I think. I don't think. Unless I... No, yeah, because I have to let's call it war before attacking to kill the Ando Commission, because even before then we'd just be tied at cards, right? So, yeah. That's what we're sticking. That's our plan. We're sticking to it. Luthen's claimed. So he draws first. We got our 6 cost of Beguile, or 5 cost Beguile, and remote escort tank, but I think we can... none of this feels great. I think we might have to let Beguile go. That's a little inefficient. We're also, I think, going to have to let this 7 Ferocity go in this hand. And over here for Deidre, we're drawing Hunting Assassin Droid and Undercover Operation. Both of which doesn't sound like a bad 6 cost place. So I think I will resource an FN Trooper and really try to push ahead here. So Luthen on 5 is... I think going to start with the deploy and then see where the night takes us. I think Deidre is going to attack with a Reckless Rebel because clearing the Unruly Astromech is good for Deidre here because it taps down the Starhopper. I don't think Luthen cares that much about damage, so I think that's what we're going to do anyway and take 3 back. Which perhaps that's the argument there that maybe Deidre shouldn't care that much about it either, but I don't know. That's a messy situation too. FN Trooper Corps will come in, give an experience to Deidre, and this is tough for Luthen to not have a great unit to deploy to the ground because I think we just have to run the Star Skiff out in space. Deidre will attack the base for 3, and then Luthen will claim. Draws Crucible and Rebel Pathfinder. So, I think Academy Disciplinarian is not really part of the picture here because we can go like Rebel Pathfinder plus Ferrix Uprising or Crucible or Remote Escort Tank. Those are reasonable courses of action. Deidre draws Regulations Bureaucrat and Viper Probe Droid. Regulations Bureaucrat can just always get in the resource row anytime after turn 1. Everything ready's up here. So what is Luthen going to do here? I can deal 2 damage with Ferrix Uprising. That's pretty unexciting. If I pump everything with Crucible, we're in a tough spot. So I think actually I'm just going to play the remote escort tank, give itself Sentinel, and hope that this can stem some of the bleeding. And Deidre's seeing this. Don't have a way to pump the FN Trooper Core to get it up to 5. The Reckless Rebel does have Saboteur, so it can attack here no matter what. Oh, no, wait, no. No, the line is... Right, because Hunting Assassin Droid is different than Heroic Arc 170. I got my mixes worded up. So this is really good to do here. Okay. So... Nope, we don't do it first, right? Because the Luthen is still over here threatening. So a Reckless Rebel gets in his damage, goes to 12. And the Luthen... is just going to clear the Rebel. That much, I think, is just happening. Then Deidre plays the Hunting Assassin Droid. Luthen's going to attack the base for 4. Then Deidre will play Undercover Operation. Ready a unit that was played in this phase. It costs 3 or less. That one does cost 3 or less. We get the Spy token. Now... Luthen feels silly about staying in play. Contraband Starhopper attacks for 2. Now the Hunting Assassin Droid gets Raid 2 from Luthen being damaged. Trades with the remote escort tank. Luthen claims. And Deidre attacks for 3, 7 more. For a pretty cool turn. I don't know if that's good enough for Deidre to win. But that was cool. So. Luthen's untapping here. Drawing Grassroots Resistance and Gonk Power Droid. Power Droid. Gosh, this format has... Listen, you can have Gonk Power Droid be your 2-drop, or you can have Warrior of Clan Ordo, Imperial Dark Trooper, or Regulations Bureaucrat. The disparity in some of these 2-drops at common is concerning. Over here, Deidre draws Academy Disciplinarian and Hunting Assassin Droid again. Good ones to pick up. Staying on 6 resources here. Pretty comfortably. The Inferno Squad is down, right? So there's not really a reason to get up to 8. Or Elite Squad. I thought they were Inferno in the show. Just the Elite Squad here. Whatever. That might be my headcanon mixing. Yeah, Inferno Squad is different. Never mind. Hush. I didn't say anything. Don't worry. So Luthen here. Don't really know what to do because it's all sort of bad. Because Grassroots plus Luthen doesn't really kill anything. I mean, it gets to kill FN Trooper, but the Trooper still gets to jam in. I think that's what we got to try to do, though, but I feel like we're just losing to the ground here pretty handily. So Luthen will attack, which leads to the FN Trooper seeing that something is coming his way. Well, do that. Then Grassroots Resistance will pay 4 to kill it. Got 3 left. And heal 3 from the base. Go back to 20. Spy token will attack for 2. Go to 22. Luthen kind of wants to be cognizant of cards in hand here, so just going to attack for 2 in space. Still respecting a space unit could be played by leaving that back. And then Deidre will play Academy Disciplinarian, ready the Spy token, put a damage on it. And now Rebel Pathfinder will come down. Spy attacks for 2 more. Luthen will attack for 4 here. And Deidre will play Hunting Assassin Droid, Luthen claims, and Deidre attacks base for 3, but Luthen's gotta like get a ton of Sentinels here, and yeah, Power Droid again does not do it. Then Deidre draws Warrior Clan Ordo and Darth Nihilus, which is also pretty cool. But yeah. Yeah, Luthen just not able to play from the back foot as much. And yeah. Queen Amidala loses again. Not good. But we got Deidre to 2-2. And so there were some really clunky parts to her deck, but I feel good about some portion of that, like card evaluation being good. Like, I know Deidre's like not really meant to be an aggro leader in a certain sense. Like, having to have cards in hand is really important, but like FN Trooper Course, like, this is a lot. This is a lot for a common. Warrior of Clan Ordo is a lot of damage. So like there's some a lot of clunk going on too, but there's also some decent stuff at the end of the day. So we've got one last match to play and then one more bit of rambling for me. So let's keep it going. But I say that at the end of every game. I say keep it going. So but we are going to keep it that way. All right, here we go. The last round for the video. We've got 2 decks at 1 and 2. Let's see who can salvage at odds and evens, as we've been doing this whole time. So Cassian gets it. Strike Force X-Wing, Valiant Commando, Lightmaker, A-Wing, Velsartha, and no, we don't get to have a double 1-drop start. So is Zenu a Shadow Fighter okay for being my turn 1 play? Problem is then my turn 2 play is just Valiant Commando. It's possible I shouldn't be playing Valiant Commando at all. This card has felt terrible. Absolutely terrible. So I think I'm going to send it back. Because it's like our weakest turn 1 play into our weakest turn 2 play. Let's try to have a Disciplined Mulligan there. But I don't know. This has been a great learning experience for me, though. Hopefully moderately entertaining for you, but I know this is likely more of a background noise kind of video, not a watching intently, listening to my every word. Not that any of my content should be consumed with that level of attention, I guess. But yeah, these are slogs, but I enjoy doing them because I'm not stressed right now. I'm just chilling, playing cards with myself, trying to figure out about this format. Try to learn a little bit of something, working on my own, and that is a lot of the joy of card games to me, is figuring all this stuff out. Lurking Snub Fighter, Rebellious Functionary, most of the same hand, but we've got 2 1-drops, so I'm kind of inclined to keep it. The Lurking Snub Fighter I do think is a nice plot one, and then I probably have to keep the Shadow Fighter just so that I have something to do on turn 2. This is resourced, right? And so then I think I'm gonna keep no, I'm likely not having the initiative, and when I don't have the initiative, the Strike Force X-Wing is a lot worse. So I think Lone Shark's probably better to try to keep for this. And then Luthen will draw Dark Commando, Gonk Power Droid, Academy Disciplinary, and Contraband Starhopper, Shadow Crawler, and Rebel Pathfinder. So this is a keep for sure. Rebel Pathfinder goes away, and I believe Daro Commando goes away because Academy Disciplinary is just good. And in theory, we might be gonking. And yeah, Cassian goes Functionary, so that means we're probably going to live. So the Gonk Droid comes out, and then we get another Rebellious Functionary for Cassian. And Luthen will claim. And draw Oryx Starfighter and Raxian Assembly. So we don't actually get to utilize the ramp for anything this turn, which is not great. Although, hold on a second. Actually, we might. Yeah, let's. Okay, we're getting rid of the Oryx Starfighter. Okay. Because we can potentially Academy Disciplinarian for 2 resources, get an additional attack with the Power Droid, and get the Star Hopper in there. But I don't know if that's happening or not. Corellian Hounds and Crosshair are the draws for Cassian. And I think we can just lose the Shadow Fighter. We're not really doing a ton of space work. We're going to want to try to clear this ground arena-ish. So Power Gonk is going to attack the base. We get a trigger. Rebellious Functionary is going to hit Luthen's base. Pay 2 for Academy Disciplinary and deal 1 damage to Gonk Power Droid and ready it. And so now Cassian has to ask himself, does he want to have 2 damage on base or kill the Power Droid? And I think it's just very easily kill the Gonk Droid. But made him think about it. And now Luthen will claim. And I guess I have no choice but to play Crosshair. Because yeah, it was that or the Shadow Fighter, and Crosshair is definitely better on this board. And then yeah, Luthen's claimed. So we draw a Reckless Rebel and Rebel Pathfinder. Lose the Reckless Rebel, who got double 2-drop here, which will be hopefully enough. And over here we draw Rebel Pathfinder and a Lightmaker. So Rebel Pathfinder is going down here too, because Lightmaker is going to be a very saucy 5-turn play. So Luthen just starts off here with killing Crosshair. Don't see a whole lot of reason not to. And Cassian will then attack for 2 to base. Luthen will play a Rebel Pathfinder. Rebellious Functionary will also hit the base for 2. Luthen will play Contraband Starhopper. And Lone Shark is going to come in, and I think we have to take out the Academy Disciplinarian because on attack it could kill both Rebellious Functionaries, so this is just going to be the most efficient. But just doing good ambush work there. And then Luthen will claim. Draw Crucible and Beguile. Beguile not really going to be good enough here, but we have a 5, 6, 7 curve worked out, so that's not nothing. Beguile for Cassian is a much better card, but I think it'll go by the wayside here in favor of Lightmaker this turn and then Corellian Hounds on the following turn. So Luthen's just going to start by killing the Lone Shark. Just easy math. Kill the raid creature that's defending. Take the most damage off the board. Rebellious Functionary is going to hit the base for 2 more. Luthen's going to deploy, force the action. This Rebellious Functionary is also going to hit the base for 2. Luthen will play Raxian Assembly. Lightmaker comes down. Luthen is very scared now. And does Luthen just try to claim here? I kind of don't hate a claim. The resources have been spent. We're not dealing damage to any unit, so it's just 4 damage on base versus claiming. Yeah, that makes way more sense to claim then. So draw Grassroots Resistance, which is helpful, and Alexander Callus, which is also helpful. That's going to clean up a lot here. And so I think shamefully Crucible has to kind of go. Or does it? Or is it Shadowcrawler that has to go here? Yeah, no, I need Crucible here to not die in space to this Light Maker. And Cassian's drawing Emissary Sheathipede and Velsartha, and so lose the Sheathipede. And yeah, so Luthen just has to start with Crucible. Gets 4 experience. It doesn't really make a difference in dealing with these functionaries because they're all kind of going to get their damage in. Like if we could, it's only like taking 2 damage to play Crucible this way, because if Pathfinder attacked one first, then the other one gets to rumble into the base for free. And we're still like eating 1 in this way, so yeah, the full health functionary is going to get in there. They're not even that protected this turn because Cassian's going to come out and attack. Or wait, yeah, let's actually think about this. We've got plot cards that do things. So we could just plot... I don't know, but Cassian's not protected right now. So he'll just die if he takes 2. So I need to wait on Cassian. So yeah, full health functionary attacks for 2. And we might just not be plotting as a result of that, because these 2 are both tempo plots, and Cassian wants to, because of the way this game is played out, he wants to wait until the end of the turn to flip. Okay, yeah. So now what's happening? I believe this Rebel Pathfinder is gonna trade with the Rebellious Functionary. Try to harrow down the board a little bit. But make sure that Luthen has paid his resources as the board gets more complicated here. Then Lightmaker is going to attack base for 7. Which is just such an unreasonable number. This card's going to be cool post-rotation. That's like a real aggro card. Plays with Adhan, too. Okay with Adhan, not great. What else do we got going on? Cassian has to make more of a decision here, but it's a little tough just like staring down the Raxian assembly. And yeah, none of this feels great. So I think we'll just throw out a Corellian Hounds as the biggest stat dude right now. And that's good enough for the Raxian assembly to jump on. That's fine to hit for 5 there. I guess Cassian will play the A-Wing. It's just not going to get a whole lot better. The Collection Starhopper will kill it immediately. Take 1 back. And I don't know if like Cassian can't deploy here, right? Because he just gets immediately eaten by Luthen, so he just has to claim. And I guess that's fine, because like claiming with a Lightmaker in play is not a bad place to be. And so then Luthen will attack base for 3 because the functionary hit base and Luthen is not in play. Alright, Cassian draws Unruly Astromech and Strike Force X-Wing. Neither of those are really good here. But like resourcing Strike Force X-Wing doesn't do anything. Doesn't really apply me any more options. It just means that I can like plot it one of them in the unruly astromech. I said unholy astromech, but that's like, you know, every other RPG I've ever played, right? Unholy is just an adjective that you see everywhere. All right, and drawing here, we get Sudden Ferocity and Corellian Hounds of our own. I think I'll put back the Sudden Ferocity because the Corellian Hounds could effectively help engage with us as well. But Lightmaker starts off here with an attack for 7, which puts to 26. And yeah, I just don't think Luthen has a way out of this, right? Because Cassian's going to deploy. He's going to be invincible because he has the initiative. And he's just going to attack for 6. And that's going to be 8 damage total here with the functionary, because you can do this as the action. Or, well, no, I guess, okay, so there is a small window here. Okay, grassroots resistance from Luthen. Oh, I've screwed this game up. Oh, no. Oh, we've gone too far, though. I keep forgetting about Luthen's ability because it's so rarely relevant, but I could have used it to trade this into Lightmaker last turn. And then we're not taking 7 here. Oh, this game is totally different. Okay, but we're here now. And we're just under the operating assumption that, you know, the Cassian player played better than the Luthen player did, even though I'm controlling both players. But I don't hate my Cassian logic either for a portion of this game, so whatever. We're here now. I'm sorry. I've let everybody down by not playing it perfectly. For what it's worth, I do think Cassian is still in like pretty good shape. But yeah, he comes out here, deploys or plots in Strike Force X-Wing, which will kill the Raxian assembly, dealing 2 damage to a ready unit. And Crucible will kill Lightmaker. Take 3 back. And Lightmaker gets to exhaust either Arena, and I guess I'll exhaust Luthen. Or no. We'll exhaust here because this protects the Strike Force X-Wing. Now Cassian attacks, and Luthen has to claim here to figure something out. Cassian gets to deploy unruly astromech and then pass. And yeah, Gong Power Droid and Assassin Probe are not it. I feel like Cassian was still going to get there, but that is a whole lot different if we've got an undamaged Crucible, 7 less health on base. Yeah, I don't know. It's still tough. Like, this unruly astromech is still getting in for some damage, and then Cassian draws aggressive negotiations, and Hunter's actually probably sealing the deal on that one. But yeah, that was a cool game. That's unfortunate. That was a really bad misplay. Yeah, there's just no two ways about it. That was a bad misplay. But I don't like Luthen. I don't think he's very good. I just don't. So yeah, that's our last one. Cassian ends up being 2/2, so the red-yellow Both flavors of red, yellow aggro end up going 2-2. Um, Not a bad archetype. Not amazing decks, though. There were a lot of filler in both of those, which does not feel great. But let's go to the wrap up. Alrighty. Here's just kind of a quick wrap up. Final thoughts about the whole thing. Leia Green was our best deck at 4-0. Then Cassian Yellow and Deidre Yellow both went 2-2. And then Luthen Green and Leia Yellow both went 1-3. Not doing Swiss kind of leads to where you can have this kind of result structure. Because there were no rounds or anything. It was everybody played everybody. So we've got 10 wins, 10 losses. Those columns both add up, and that's all there is to it. So it is kind of this is also why Swiss tournaments are generally better play experiences, because of 5 decks, there's only one winning record, and so I'm left feeling a bit more medium about a lot of these decks and how I built them, which is, I think relatively good for terms of like constructive feedback for learning about things. But yeah, I think there are cards that worked out and some general strategies that I think we can implement in the PQ potentially, and a few things in kind to stay away from. And what I've arranged here is kind of what I've got right now as a mental. I hate to use the word tier list because it's so buzzwordy, but this is roughly the power ranking, and that I'm thinking of. And tier lists in general, I think, are not the most productive way to think about card games. But when it comes to sealed and you've got 30 minutes to build a deck, I do think it's actually somewhat productive to be thinking about these things, because you're going to see some of these leaders side by side, and it helps to have a heuristic to try and make that decision easier, so that you have more time building your deck, more time making the right decisions, identifying what packages of cards work well in your strategy. So, with that in mind, what I've got here is Leia is the best leader and Jabba is the second best. I think that's pretty close to what most people would say. I can be very easily swayed that Jabba is better than Leia. I think Leia is just very easy to build a deck. I know how to build a Leia deck, relatively speaking. I think it's, and that's not saying I have some innate knowledge. I think it's just a relatively straightforward leader to build around. And I think one thing I learned well from these lessons playing it is how well cards like Ando Commission and anything that makes a spy token goes to making her ability even easier. So I like it, versus I don't kind of have that experience with Jabba right now. I haven't built a lot of Jabba decks, any. So I know he plays well. I know he's powerful. I think he's great with the upgrades, or the plot upgrades, because he's such an impactful static ability to keep around and play that things like Armor of Fortune are going to be great with him. After that, it's a little bit muddier. I feel that Yularen, Slimore, Dedra, and Luthen are in some ballpark of power level. I think Yularen's actually probably clearly above these three, and it's more that these three are. Yeah, I think Yularen is below Leia and Jabba, but still just a very good stat leader that occasionally just cheats in action, and that's just fine. Slimore and Dedra have more narrow deck building requirements. They do want you to be doing certain things, and not every pool is going to let you do that, but they're not impossible to achieve either. So I think you can have some synergies that work well with them, and have things lined up reasonably well. And I like how both of them play. They're a little bit more aggressive, they're a bit more interactive, and I kind of like that. But it's also a little awkward, because I think Jabba is sort of the only villainy leader that leads to a more controlling deck, and I think the villainy cards in this set are more controlling. So I think there's a bit of an awkward tension going on here, but these leaders are not bad. Luthen, I feel, kind of goes under Jabba, where I don't quite understand everything that's supposed to work with him. I feel like some of the heroism cards in his colors just really want you to be aggressive. I feel like he's not that aggressive. His leader flip, or his unit side, is a very powerful static ability. I find it hard to make trades while you're attacking. It's just, he's difficult to work with. And so I don't know. I find him to be very synergistic, and it's kind of hard for me to see where those synergies are. And it's also like based on how the game is played that you can get those synergies to happen. If your opponent can take some steps to just like not let that happen, versus Sly Moore, your opponent can take steps to have not exhaust their units so that you can't be dealing damage, or letting the Sly Moore player make tokens, or Deidre has a very clear conversation about what you do with her activation or how many cards you have in hand while she's on the field. And I feel like Luthen just like doesn't ask as difficult a question as those. It's sort of easier for your opponent to reach the right answer. And then what you're left more is the 5-cost 2/7, which I think goes really great with Sudden Ferocity. Is a great platform to put that particular plot upgrade on, but other than that, it's a very underwhelming body. Mon Mothma, I also have here is just like just really underwhelming. Like the non-villainy officials that you get to splash from other colors are just fine, and you kind of need to be doing something a little bit more. Like Limited is not designed to always break in that way, so like the officials that they give you access to are just kind of okay. Like it could be splashing a Loan Shark or maybe a Populist champion, but in general, like the commons that you gain access to aren't dramatically going to change the way, where the fact that you don't really have the front side of your leader does absolutely nothing, and all of these leaders above it have like real potential to do something with their front side. And that's just like, it's just hard to play a leader that has nothing on the front, essentially, and have that be good enough. Her flip side is pretty good. 3/7, good body. Officials getting buffed is nice, but there are a lot of non-officials in the set. So, and if your opponent is playing to space and you have to try to answer on that axis, then like she actually does nothing. Your officials being buffed doesn't matter when your opponent's got 2 A-Wings in play, and it's just hard to come back from that. Kind of downside. And C-3PO is just utterly unplayable. I have not played him, but I've seen no reason to really change my opinion that a 1/6 is just going to be insufficient. But I talked about it in deck building, particularly in the that final pool with Luthen here. It's there may be times, because I was talking about going between Governor Price and Luthen, and similarly with Mothma here, it's like there are going to be some pools where you just have to accept that you are playing that leader for the aspects that it gives you, and that is it. And that's truly the only reason I can see playing C-3PO in this limited format. I really cannot conceive of anything else. Even compared to like when I didn't really rank out the rare leaders here. Most of them are not great. But like the worst rare leader from last set was what was it? What was her name? Night Sister lady, green, black. Got the it's close. It's close. I've got the picture. Morgan Elspeth. Morgan Elspeth from Legends of the Force. There we go. It's where like I couldn't really put together like a sealed pool in my head where she was the correct choice. And versus like I even made this fantastical argument where it's like, okay, if you open like Darth Revan and you get like 2 Malaks and 2 Darth Revan's lightsabers, maybe you can talk me into it. Which is complete fantasy land. I don't think that dream even existed for Morgan Elspeth, and I think C-3PO is even worse than that. I don't even know what synergy cards there are in the set that could go with him to like pop off with him. Like there's the legendary droid control ship that gets a little cheaper if you control a droid. That's not even worth it. I don't even know if there's any other explicit synergy here. So he's just, the only thing I can imagine playing C-3PO for is you open no other heroism leader and you just get some cracked cards in heroism. Like maybe you get double Lightmaker, double Captain Rex, and this is your only person to bring you to the table. even then, I don't know if you do it. It's that bad. Is that inconsequential? So, yeah, this has been a fun format to learn about. Still learning, but I felt not great about the deck building. But talking through this tier list here, I feel like I have a reasonable understanding about some of the things that the format is asking of us, and I'm probably just gonna go 3-3 or whatever, and be say that I liked my deck, and I'm gonna be okay with that. But yeah, let me know what you think. Let me know if you have any criticism. Like, I know I talked about that one big talking point in that last game about that misplay that I made. But please do point that out. This is to be a learning experience for me and you, hopefully as a viewer. So if you see those kind of errors, just let me know. I'd love to have that feedback, because I try to talk through my points, but obviously pace of play is different at different points in the game and at different points in the video. So you can see there are turns where I am moving more quickly, and turns where I am like especially at the start of the game, I'm really talking everything out. But then some points in the late game, I'm just making a lot of movements and moving the cardboard around, and I can way easier to miss stuff in that frenzy. And also, I can still be categorically wrong about some early turns that I'm talking about. So yeah, that about does it for me. So thank you for watching, and wave to the camera. Hello, hi, yeah, bye.